All right, everybody, welcome to Best Bet Live. My name is Wes, and tonight we're bringing you the final table of our Winter Series event number one, $360 no-limit hold'em, 100K guaranteed event. Now, Arlie's going to come on in just a second and give us an introduction to all the players. After that, we've got Eddie Murkowski joining us here in the booth, and we'll get the ball rolling for you.
Zara will get the button. Zara will get the button. I have the button. Your small one.
Okay.
Deuce.
One time.
Deuce.
One time.
Deuce. 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 Oh, the club beat.
We're gonna throw some bombs.
No.
All right, I'm gonna introduce all of you.
Sure, we want the buttons coming over here, man. So yeah, he's gonna introduce each of one of you, and then we'll get started. So.
How cool is that, though? I had to change.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Best Bet Live. This is Arlie Johnson with you, and we are underway in our 2020 Best Bet Winter Open. This is event number one, and we are down to our final table. We started with 575 entries, and we've made it to the final 9 at this point. Congratulations for all of you for being here. And let me introduce you as we move around the horn from the 1 seat to the 9 seat. From the 1 seat, he's got a current chip count of 325,000. Hailing from Ladson, South Carolina, this is James Blick. In the 2 seat, her chip count is 935,000. She's from Crawfordville, Florida, also an advocate of the Women's Poker Association. A round of applause for Mary Darnell. In the 3 seat, chip count is at 1,745,000. Also from Crawfordville. A round of applause for Neil Autry. In our 4 seat, currently the short stack for now, 315,000 is our stack. She is also an ambassador of the Poker League of Nations. Please welcome Zara Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
In the 5 seat, from beautiful, historic Yulee, Florida, 1,005,000 in chips. This is Charlie Campos. In the 6th seat is our chip leader. Pardon me, second in chips. 2,250,000 in chips. He is from Atlantic Beach. A round of applause for Joe Keppel. Our 7th seat hails from Portland, Oregon, making it all the way here just for event number 1. His chip count is 570,000. This is Will Tinoco. The 8th seat is where our chip leader is right now. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. Chip count, 2,710,000. This is CJ Johnson. And rounding out the field in our 9th seat, from St. Augustine, Florida, his chip count is 1,635,000. A round of applause for James Call. All right, congratulations again, everybody. Just to let you know where we stand, all 9 of you obviously making it here to the final table. Next one out, 9th place, 3,288. But obviously that's not what you're playing for. You're looking to win what's up top. First place tonight pays out $32,875. So good luck to all of you. Congratulations once again for making it this far. We'll start with the button in the 6th seat. Our blinds right now are at 30,000 on the ante, 15,000 small blind, 30,000 big blind. We're just over halfway through this level, 18 minutes to go in this level. Adonis is our dealer. Adonis, shuffle up and deal. Good luck, everyone.
All right, you heard Arlie right then and there. This $360 buy-in, 100K guarantee, final table getting underway. I am Eddie Marskoski. I'll be joining Wes in the booth. Looks like we got a good one underway. Our chip leader, Charles Johnson, CJ. is no stranger to these final tables. He's won one of these 100Ks, I believe, in the past, or 50K at least. And also lots of final tables and scores all over the country as a traveling grinder. Looks like we got some action here right out the gate.
First hand.
James Blick coming in with 325K. That's a little less than 11 big blinds. He's going to ship it under the gun one. We don't know what his hand is.
What
Mary
kind of
was
hand are
about
you
30.
moving all in with in this situation?
11 bigs, first hand. A lot. I'd have a lot here. I would, my range would be worse than ace jack suited. So, but that's me. So I don't know what James Blick is doing this with. Mary obviously knows more from playing up until this point. I've played with James a time or two, and I've never seen him be on the aggressive side. So his range is going to be tighter than my range. Mary's got a tough decision here. Ace jack offsuit. I don't hate the fold. You would think the guy playing final table first hand, he's going to want to get, you know, just a little bit of that final table experience. So maybe his range is wider than normal. He actually avoids Mary avoids a monster here in the cutoff. Charlie's got 2 jacks. Yeah, queen 10 offsuit. That was very wide. Maybe he's wider than my range. He was just looking for anything playable. Found 2 Broadway cards. Charlie's going to love waking up with the 2 jacks in this spot. Up against 1 overcard. And right out the gate, hand number 1, our short stack, James Blick, is at risk. Five, 4, 4, 6.
Oh,
Queen on the river.
wow.
Wow, 3 outs for James Blick, and he spikes it on the river. He's going to get a full double up. It's going to get up to about 650,000 now. Charlie's going to go down from $1 million down to around 7. Tough break for Charles there. Charles, a local cash player. See him in the room all the time. Also plays tournaments. A lot of these guys, no strangers to best bet, of course. Zara Jackson right there. We see her in the 4th seat. She's coming in. Now she's the short stack now that James doubles up. Zara, very well known on the circuit tour with impressive scores of her own. Again, just like Charles, no stranger to final tables in this room or any card room, really anywhere.
Not me. Not it. Not it.
Zara comes in with over 465,000 in career earnings. Speaking of career earnings, our chip leader Charles Johnson has 514,000 career earnings. Looking to see if he can add about 30K to that. All right, so Charlie here, now he's got to play a sub 25 blind stack. Came in with over $1 million, gets cut. Chip stack gets cut in the 3rd instantly. Different strategy than he had just moments ago. This one's folded all the way to our chip leader. Look at that. Charles exercising some discipline. He's going to lay down the 10-3 offsuit. I don't mind. The big blind James actually kind of sprung onto the scene during the October series here at Best Bet. Final tabling 3 of those events. Really hadn't seen much of him before. Came in, I played with him during. I actually final tabled a couple of those events myself. Was able to, talk to him, get to know him a little bit. Seems like a young and good up and coming poker player. I know what he studies. I talked to him a little bit through text, time or 2. So we got some good players here at this final table. This should definitely be some good poker being seen. Pocket kings for Neil. Neil comes in with a very healthy 1.7 million stack. Zara holds that turn.
5,000.
Neil opens the kings to, looks like 85,000. Not a lot of hands going on out there so far.
How much is it? 85,000.
James with 6-4 in the big blind, not good enough to see a flop. Neil's going to raise and take. Thanks for everybody joining on Facebook. I see you out there, Mabu and Mabu. Thanks for joining the stream. Sherry, Lynn, thanks for joining. All my Twitch folks.
Yeah, if you're not already following us or subscribed, make sure you do that so you can get updated every time we go live up in the future. We got Jesse, the big boss, joining us in the Twitch chat. Hey, Jesse.
The boss. I think we might get Jesse in the booth here at some point this tonight.
Well, I got it set up for him. Come on down, Jesse.
Ghost Picks Jimmy on Facebook says James all day. That's one of the good things about making these live stream final tables. You send it out to your friends and family to say, hey, you guys see what I do during my downtime. See what I do when I'm not at work. Unless you're Charles Johnston, then you can say, you can see what I do at work. Not a lot of jobs you get to watch your friends live stream their job. Looks like Charles is going to take the opportunity to use that big stack he has and open up the 80K here with 8-6 off from the cutoff. This is a really good formation for him. You see James, one of the shorter stacks in the small blind. He should be playing pretty snug. And Mary, with one of the middling stacks, isn't going to want to tangle too much with the chip leader at this point, as she's going to be looking to wait out those short stacks. So putting pressure on in these scenarios really works out well. Charles, veteran, understands that. 8-6 is good enough to open it up, take it down. A lot of players right there just look at the 8-6 off and fold it and think that it's the right thing to do. TJ, a studied player, knows that this is a great time to take advantage of the positions and continue taking down pots. That's how you get that over 2 million at the final table.
It was funny when we were getting this thing started. I had to tell everybody no cell phones at the table. They were they were too happy about that.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's a thing. I'm guilty of it myself. I'm constantly using my phone at the table. I think at the table it can be a bit of a tool, a resource, especially at these final tables when you have your friends watching, you know, what's going on, and then you're on a 20-minute delay. So you can be like, okay, well, the hand I folded, King Jack of Hearts, let me know what this guy had, you know. So when your phone's not in your pocket and you can't look at it, you're not going to see it in time. That could cost you the hand, in theory. But I mean, obviously, having it at a table 5 foot away isn't that big deal. Zara's going to rip in slightly more than 10 bigs, 10.5 bigs with pocket 7s under the gun. Perfectly acceptable shove here. Really a great hand in this position. She doesn't want to have to pay the blinds and then be a severely short stack. Picks up a shove-worthy hand. Mary with ace-5 suited in the small blind. We've seen her make a pretty tight laydown with the ace-jack on the very first hand. I got a feeling she's going to come to the same conclusion here. We'll see.
I guess James is trying to figure out if he wants to call with his pocket pair on the button.
James was just wasting our time. He was going to call him.
But, I mean, not like that.
I guess Mary was never calling it. Look at that. Ace in the big blind as well.
We got history.
3s, ace-5, and ace-deuce. 7s get through. Josh Adkins, WPT champion, joining the Facebook stream. Welcome, sir.
All right, knocking through these damn blinds.
Saw Josh playing the PLO 51025 and the Hold'em 51025 the last couple of nights. Hope you did well, sir. Lisa Buck, thanks for joining the stream. Good to see you. Lisa likely played this event, I would assume.
Go through all of y'all like Adonis, I asked. No, I haven't.
Suited king under the gun here. Plays it
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Charles just doesn't have enough chips to be doing really much opening, especially from under the gun right here. 25 less or less bigs. Stephen Fraser, thanks for joining. World famous Johnny Fantastic. Welcome to the Facebook stream, sir. Hold it to the hijack here. James is going to open.
I was talking. Chris Angel, if you're watching.
James starting the hand with 1.6 mil. This is a advantageous scenario for him as well, especially when he sees Charles fold. Charles is going to take a lot of opening opportunities away from James. So when Charles does fold, especially in this late position where James is the hijack, he's going to be opening pretty wide, especially when the short stack is in the big blind. Zara's in the big blind. In theory, she shouldn't be able to defend too much of a range, and even when she does, she folds out a lot of flops. So James, this is a good scenario to open up and then c-bet nearly 100% of flops with Zara's short stack. Zara does defend 8-8-6 flop. I think James is going to have to c-bet 100% here, as he does. Zara with the king deuce of clubs isn't going to be able to continue. James takes down a nice pot. You see, even when the big blind is sticky and they decide to defend, because their stack is so short, they're just handcuffed into not being able to play hands that aren't big draws or top pair, and that's hard to flop those. So it's a good thing when they defend pre-flop, because it's just likely they're going to check fold most flops. So you actually earn a little extra money. Josh says he got 19th in this one. Oh, good run, buddy. Close. Ace king loses to ace 10 for heaps. That happens, sir. Down there, maybe we'll see you down there for the main next week. All right, Joe, coming in the second in chips. He's going to look down at the king, queen of hearts under the gun. Certainly good enough to raise with all those chips. Mary, king, queen suited as well. Oh, James,
Ooh.
2 queens in the hijack. Now he's got about 22 bigs, and he has a guy with heaps open under the gun. I like just shoving here. And Joe has 10s and 9s and ace queen. He has to just call off because he has so many chips. And you don't want a scare card to come and not get any more money. Yeah, there you go. I like this jam here by James. Jam it in, 650K. Now Mary should have an easy decision after an under the gun open and now a short stack all in. Not even a short stack. This is a pretty sizable shove. 22 big blinds. Yeah, even Zara can fold ace jack in the small blind. Good fold for Zara there. Especially the short stack. A lot of people just look at that and stick it in when they're in terrible shape. This particular hand, I don't think Joe's going to be able to call with. You know, I don't know what his range is under the gun, but it should be such where this is on the lower end of his range. So that being said, it should be on the lower end of his calling 3-bet jams. And James just really never has a hand worse than king queen here. You know, sometimes you can hope James has jacks or 10s and you're flipping, but James is never doing this with king jack, never doing it with queen jack. Yeah, good fold there from Joe. I like the open, I like the fold. I like Zara's ace jack fold. Everyone played the hand good. On to the next.
So we do have the Winter Series main event coming up this weekend, $1,100 buy-in. Got 2 flights that day 1A Friday at 11 a.m. Day 1B Saturday 11 a.m. 25K in starting chips, 40-minute levels. Got a whole bunch of satellites into that all week. High hands into those satellites.
Yeah, that's a good one. That'll be another good one. Best Bet always exceeds their guarantees, and sometimes they just blow them out of the water. Sometimes they double them. I expect this one to be no different. They'll be well over the guarantee met. All right, fold it to Zara here on the button. She's got 280K. This is less than 10 bigs. She doesn't need too many hands to shove here. 10-5 offsuit is probably not good enough. Especially when a big stack is in the big blind, so it's more likely for her to get called. You got to be a little extra tighter than normal. Charles is going to complete with his small blind hand, but we don't know what it is. Tommy Wood, thanks for joining, buddy.
6 raises to 150,000.
Lisa Buck saying she'll be on the card player cruise for the main event. Very nice. Good luck out there. Have fun. Those cruises are nice. If anyone's thinking about doing them, I recommend them. Looks like Joe raised it up there after Charles limped, and Charles just mucks. James, ace-9 of diamonds here, under the gun 1. Raisable, especially with the chip leader out of the hand already. Really good seeding scenario for James, as he has both 1 in chips and 2 in chips very close to his right, chip leader to his immediate right. That means he has position on them in theory. Most of the hands dealt. Joe's got the 7-8 of spades here in the small blind. He's going to play a pot. Or excuse me, 7-8 of diamonds. Lots of diamonds out there.
You better hope diamonds don't show up.
It's going to be tough to. Nine, 9-3. Bingo flop for James. Joe checks. Now this is a spot where, you know, when we whiff here, we like c-betting this to take it down, but the problem is we have too strong of a hand. So he just wants to check it back. He doesn't. There's not a lot of hands that can call you, which makes it a good c-bet when we want our player to fold. But when we have such a stranglehold, the only hands that can call us really are 3s, possibly ace highs. But we have ace, so we're even blocking those type hands. So we want to check back, give our opponent a chance to hit something. Now when turns check to us, we got to start looking for value. James knows that. He's going to grab chips. Unfortunately, Joe with 8 high, no draw, no nothing here. James going to bet 65K. Uh-oh. Joe's got some intentions.
Oh, boy.
Not going to work out well. Looks like he makes it 200. Yeah, no. James here should just always be flatting. This is just perfect scenario. We want to flat and let Joe keep all his bluffs in. Let him fire the rivers. We have position. You know, Joe's playing from the small blind, so he has to act first on the river. So we can call here and then give him another opportunity to bluff us and either jam on the river, or depending on what it is, if it's like a queen or something, maybe we just call, but it's just very unlikely, no matter what the river is, that we're ever going to be beat. And he does lay the trap, so to speak. Boats up. Let's see if Joe thinks that ace can be used to bluff. We know it would turn out disastrous. Joe really repping a 9 here. Calling from the small blind, check raising the turn. Oh, he's going to give up. James not happy about that. So there's no way Joe's has a 9 now. James knows that. There's no way he'd check a 9. Maybe he has a queen, but if he does have a queen, he's going to be scared of the ace. So maybe we can't go large. Maybe we got to bet rather small to try to get paid off by a queen. Of course, we know that Joe has 8 high. He's not going to pay off anything. Yeah, James just getting a little greedy, going for max value. And there's no way this raise or this bet's really ever going to get raised. Maybe if we put something out there like 225, maybe sometimes Joe pulls off a spazzy bluff and goes all in. But this is just really never going to get bluffed. This is a pot-sized bet on the river. Just looking for value, hoping Joe can call with anything. But we know he has 8 high, can't call. Nice hand for James. I don't hate the thought there from Joe, check raising the turn, especially with the 2 9s out there. Just kind of unfortunate that James flopped monster. But I would say this, be leery when the aggressor, especially from early position, checks back a flop that is very advantageous to his range. Like he's supposed to be opening all the pocket pairs, the ace kings, the ace queens, those type hands from the position that he did. And that flop is good for those hands. So in theory, those hands should continue see betting. And if they don't, something's up. Something's a little fishy. Why would someone who has the control lead of the hand not bet such a dry flop? We see here, because he flop trips. Kevin Thiel on Facebook says betting big, polarized, but the guy had nothing. Yep, definitely a polarized bet. Not a lot of bluffs really James could have there after bet calling the turn. Really not a lot of bluffs would have continued on the turn and then decided river to brick or to bluff big. James, ace 10 off under the gun. Let's do it. Take control of this table. Not worried about the big stack and the big blind. Let's see what Charles does. 6-5. Gonna make the call. James going a little bigger with a sizing under the gun. It's definitely something that he's learned studying. This is a strategy implemented by a lot of trainers, a lot of pros out there, putting out training content, raising a little bigger from under the gun and also from the button when opening. King 3 deuce, all diamonds. James with the ace of diamonds, Charles with the 6. Small c-bet here from James. Remember the opening raise was 85K pre-flop. So this c-bet here is 60K. Charles has a gut shot here. Any 4 gives him a straight. Not gonna fall for it. In pretty bad shape, especially against that ace of diamonds. Back-to-back pot for James. I think James is going to creep into second place after those 2 hands. Yeah, there you go. 2.2 now for James. Zara, our short stack with 9 big blinds. The 2 James are only 2 profiters so far. Profiteers. Queen 10 of clubs here for Neil. Not good enough. Gonna stay out of trouble.
Zara just can't find that hand to put it in yet.
Yeah, she's got some time. She's not this isn't complete desperate mode. You don't just have to look at a picture and shove it in. You can wait for some spots, especially at these live stream final tables. It's not like in the middle of a tournament, you know, when you're just in like level 10 and people are going to call you so light when you jam. It's like your jam's not going to get through. This is a final table. People, you can get some jams through, even if they're just 8 and 9 big blinds. So she can be semi-choosy. Obviously, she can't let anything too good go by. But she doesn't have to get completely desperate yet. It's blind versus blind here. James flopped the 6 and checked at the back. And bingo for Charles on the turn. CJ banks a set, leads right out. And James not going to mess with the big stack. I think we saw CJ make a tight fold against James, who has second most in chips a minute ago with his 5-6, 6 of diamond. And James make a tight fold there with his 6 pair of 6s on the flop. And I don't mind it. You know, both these guys, I think James knows CJ is going to be his toughest opponent today, you know, with his stack size and his skill and experience. So why put yourself in tough positions when you don't have to? And CJ knows as far as this final tables goes, James is going to be one of his tougher opponents. A lot because of the stack size, but also the position. And I'm sure he thinks, you know, he's one of the better players left at this final table. Johnny Cow, thanks for joining. Good to see you, buddy.
Alright, 9 of spades, 5 of diamonds, exposed in the mud. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Mia Angel on Twitter says, you got this, CJ.
6 ways of stage.
Chip leader getting some Twitch love. Joe's going to raise the hijack, 85,000. We don't know the hand. And fold it around. James is going to fold the 9-5 in the big blind. There you see the payouts. All these guys are playing for $32,875 for first place. The person that busts next will take home $3,288. This again is a $360 buy-in. We had 526 runners. They paid 72 players. Excuse me, not 526. 575 runners. A min cash was $526.
I'm sorry? Yeah, 15 minutes.
Got that all-in double up the first hand. It's been relatively quiet since then.
Yeah, we got some fireworks first hand with James shoving the queen 10 and Charles picking up 2 jacks and James spiking the queen. Other than that, we'll see something here. Wow, this is terrible for James. James, who's been already very active, now he just casually opens the button to 100K. The blinds must have went up to 40,000.
Oh, she folded.
James opens to 100,000. James Blick in the small blind shows what is if the blinds are up, this is 20 big blinds, less than 20 big blinds. So James is going to have to call with the jacks. See the bad news. Blick has 2 queens again.
830.
He has 830, so just over 20. He has about 21 big blinds. Really big pot here, over 40 bigs in the middle. James Blick, our short stack coming in, waking up with 2 queens. He could instantly get up to over 1.5 million here after coming in with 300,000. Ace, King, 5. James Call needs a jack. He ain't gonna get it.
Another double up.
Blick is gonna double up again. So that Queen 10 proving to be very valuable, as he was just one card away from being eliminated and taking home 3,200 now with over 1.7 million. He's going to catapult himself up into fourth, from ninth to fourth, just like that. No, he's going to be in third now because James is going to go down. James Call, excuse me.
I'll get it up just as soon as.
Yeah, Blick, no, he's in fourth, tied with Neil there for 1.7. James Call, he goes down to about 1.3. And Blick now the only person that's profited at this final table so far. That's amazing. All the chips have went to Blick. Mike Seagraves on Facebook celebrating the Blick Bink. Zara King 4 off under the gun. Forced to fold. That one may have been a get in. At this point, she has about 300K at 40K big blind. Ace 7 off for Charles in the hijack. This is certainly going to be an open. Now James with about 30 big blinds in a spot where I wouldn't have been surprised to see him 3-bet if he still had those chips. Now he just has to fold it. Mary's going to call with 8-9 suited from the small blind. Neil's going to lay down the Queen 5 off in the big, I believe. He's been thinking about calling. Nope, not worth it. Heads up.
Always hesitant to fold those big blinds.
Yeah, you think that price is so good, but especially when the small blind calls, you're just putting yourself in the middle of two players, and really, it's really hard to win. Oh, wow. 9-8 deuce flop, and Mary open shove 695,000. Just snapped it in, top two pair. I would have liked to give him the chip leader. Let him c-bet against you. She doesn't want to see another spade out there or some kind of straightening card, but if he had a flush draw or a straight draw, he would have certainly c-bet. Mary letting him off the hook a little bit there. Open jamming. It's actually good news for Charles. He doesn't have to lose a bet. Steve Fraser on Facebook says, what's the total prize pool for this one? $172,500. Again, that was a 100K guarantee, and then you got 172K. Crushed the guarantee. Nearly met the double. 575 players. Barry Pluscata on Facebook cheering on Mary. Chris Reed, welcome to the stream. Good hand, but let him c-bet, Mary. Yeah, I agree. He's going to c-bet a high percentage of the time there. Tell you what, Mary's another frequenter of Best Bet. I see her come here for most of the series. She likes to travel around and play. I know her and her husband. Very nice people. Glad to see her make this final table. So here's James Call back to work, opening King 9 of clubs from the hijack. Same position we talked about earlier with Zara in the short stack. She's just handcuffed. She can't do much here. She's got to shove or fold. And when that's the case, she's going to be folding more than shoving. Of course, she's proving me wrong here and calling off more for already short stack.
She must have
She's
heard you.
gonna try-
Just wanted to do that out of spite.
Yeah, well, she's in desperation mode here. She just wants to bink anything and try to stick it in. This is not the kind of flop that she's going to hit a lot. She had those type of hands, she would have just shoved it in pre-flop. Yeah, James just puts her in on the flop here.
Safe to say she doesn't have an ace.
No, there's no way she has the best hand. Maybe she flopped a 10 with like 10-8 or something, but unfortunately she even has to fold those hands.
Maybe a queen or a jack.
Yep, she windows down to 155,000 now. Vanessa Hunter, welcome to the stream, ma'am. Skinny Vanessa. Chris Reed says, wish I was there. Hope to be there in February or March. Yeah, Chris Reed's another one that travels around and plays poker. Another ambassador for the ladies, just as Mary and Zara. Best Bet has a strong ladies contingency. Proud of my girls out there, representing all over the country.
Y'all get a live stream me dying. Some days of our life be so dramatic. I thought I had two ducks in her brow. I was like, well, why would I do that?
All right, folded the Zara in the small blind. Unfortunately, she has 10-5 offsuit, and Charles has ace-king in the big blind. Zara may be able to fold this. 10-5 is pretty terrible. Charles is not. Yeah, she's going to be able to find the fold. This is good news.
He's like, oh. It's like, what am I?
I wasn't gonna look anyway. Simple math.
Lisa Buck and Lisa, yes, ma'am, you too, as well. Another great ambassador. One of our ladies.
Well, the odds of big blind waking up with ace king.
Hey, I'm pulling for you, girl. I mean, people make mistakes. Oh, yeah.
Chuck Fialo says my money's on James C. James Call in the green hoodie. James had a hot start and then ran his two jacks into 22 big blind stack with two queens from James Blitt. Took a little flesh wound there. Since then, was able to open a couple pots, catch a little back. What do we have here? Looks like Neil opens the cutoff to 80,000. Charles in the small blind is going to jam ace-9 offsuit, and now Joe in the big blind with ace-king. Terrible luck for Charlie here. Just terrible. Makes the good read against Neil's range. Unfortunately, Joe right behind him wakes up with a monster. Joe's going to make the call. Neil's going to get out of the way. Charles is going to need to hit a 9 here. There it is. 9-4-3 and 2 hearts. All right, Charles is going to get a full double up. Get a little redemption from losing that first hand with the queen on the river. Now he flops a 9. Easy come, easy go. And Zara, who could have possibly made a pay jump there if ace king can beat ace 9. She's not happy about seeing that 9 on the flop. She would have made an extra $1,200 and potentially more. There you see Charles Campos not being afraid of the ICM pay jumps here, because with Zara, who just had less than 5 big blinds, Charles could have just sat there and waited for her to bust and not risked his short stack, but no, he doesn't do that. He goes for it and is rewarded with a big double. Zara down to 3 bigs. Our second short stack, Will, haven't seen him play a hand. He's just been waiting on Zara to bust. Ace 10 off for our chip leader under the gun. This is definitely going to be an open. Wow, 10 jack suited for James. Doesn't want to mess with the chip leaders under the gun open. Two kings for James Blick. He's had queens, and now kings. Let's see how he decides to play this one against the chip leader. He's counting out a big raise. Unfortunately, I think Charles is going to be able to easily let go of the ace 10 once it gets around to him. There's a big raise. 1, 2, 350. Zara hoping these guys get into a monster pot. Now Neil contemplating. We don't know what he has. He's got 1.5 million.
It's pretty quiet on this final table. He's got to have a pretty decent hand here to think about it. Like
Yeah, I
this.
wonder if he's got like a pair of 10s, pair of 9s, ace, queen.
Ooh.
Neil's going to make the call. This is going to be an interesting hand. Cold call from Neil. Charles still going to be able to get away from this one pretty easy. His hand shrinks, especially with Neil cold calling this. Ace 10 off. Charles asking what he just started. All he did was open.
I think that's an easy
All right,
lay down.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely easy lay down. Terrible scenario here is he would have flopped an ace. James, that's exactly what he didn't want to see out there. Now, if James checks this over to Neil, Neil can be pretty certain there's no way James has an ace. Like if James had ace king, he would have bet again. If he had ace queen, he would bet again, and he wouldn't even 3-bet ace jack. Probably wouldn't 3-bet ace jack or ace queen. So when he checks, if I had a hand like 10s up par with Neil, I would try to get a hand like kings and queens to fold. Try to bluff them off, try to represent that ace. This could be a backup plan. You got a hand like 10s. Yeah, James does check it over. Oh no.
Oh.
Neil checks it back, and James gets the best turn card, the king. Unfortunately, I would assume Neil does not have an ace after checking back. Probably does have that pocket 10s, pocket jack, pocket 9s type hand. Maybe not even 9s. Maybe we'll get that card reader to let us know soon. We're waiting on James there. How he wants to play this set of kings. He's going to go ahead and bet big at it. 500 large. Not a lot for Neil to think about here. I just don't think he has an ace.
No, nice.
James chipping up some more.
Yeah, Blick continuing this surge. Came in as a 10 big blinds and is all the way up to 2.2 million. He's in second. Lick the king right on the turn, Mark Marcellus says. Yeah, no problem. Historian on Twitch saying James is on fire. The James Blick Show right now. You're tuned in. Best Bet live stream.
Yeah.
Okay, folder to Will in the small blind. He's severe short stack. He's going to be sticking it in, I assume, here. Wow, unlucky for him. Charles wakes up with 2 queens in the big blind. Whoa. Yeah, it looks like Will jams it in. Rightfully so. You can't fault him there. He's got ace-8 offsuit. It's supposed to be the best hand a huge percentage of the time. Charles has 2 queen stalls. Ooh, ace on the flop. Whoa. And Will is going to double up. We are not losing players tonight, folks. Short stacks will not die. Zara had another opportunity for a pay jump and lost another one as she was ahead. Mr. Bacon on Twitch saying, Eddie, why didn't you play? I am out of town right now. I'm actually sitting in a hotel in Atlantic City playing the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Lots of tournaments last week and some more good tournaments this week. So I figured I'd ride up here, try these out. I plan I'll likely be back this weekend for the main event. Don't really want to miss that. If I do miss that, it will be because I'm playing the Borgata main event, which is a 3,500. And if I'm playing that, it's because I did something good this week. So we'll see. Zara folds down to 3 big blinds, has opportunity for 2 runouts for pay jumps, and both times the short stack won the all-in, keeping the players at 9 with no pay jump for Zara. Ace-10. Very happy to be all in here. You see that smile, best hand she's
Got a nice rail
all
too.
in, ace-10 offsuit.
What happens is
Friends out there cheering
you
on
got the
him.
call with any 2 cards.
Tell you what, when one of these Jacksons, Zara or David, makes a final table, they have the best rail. They both very likable in the poker.
Oh, and he still got this.
Oh,
Okay.
James
We need
calls
an
the
ace or
deuces.
10. So say ace 10, ace 10, ace 10, ace 10, ace 10.
There you go. Zara gonna chant her way to a double up. 9-4-5.
Come on.
No ace or 10 here. Turn. Oh, I guess it's over.
I know. Come on. I need you to win that.
Yep, looks like James is gonna knock Zara out. Zara Jackson finishing in 9th place. Good showing, ma'am. Another final table under her belt. I'm sure we'll see her again in the future. She's going to take home $3,288 for her finish. Well done, ma'am. And they're down to 8 now.
This game here will make you double think everything you do.
So we keep the same ones for this table.
There you go. 8th place is going to be paying $4,383. All these players just made a $1,100 pay jump.
Full head of hair last year.
That's good. That's fine. That's a bluff.
Mark, the Dancing Bear Rodin, thanks for joining, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
Last moment standing.
Yeah, well, thank everybody for tuning in today. It is the final table of our Winter Series, event number 1. If you are just joining us, make sure you are following us, subscribing, all the above, so you get updates every time we go live down the road. Our next stream is going to be Monday, 2-5, no limit hold'em cash game.
I'll get a serve.
Like that, Charles picks up 2 jacks, under the gun plus 2 here. Gonna raise it up, 105,000. Folds. All right, so we're down a player. So, you know, everyone can kind of shake it off now. The tenseness has gone. You know, you're not the first one out. Everyone happy about that. So maybe we'll be able to see some loose action, get these guys stirred up. B. Clark on Twitch says, Charles J., you got this, babe. Charles Johnson getting some Twitch love. Looking home to bring the trophy in 32,000. Wouldn't be the first time Charles Johnson's brought a trophy home. Ten deuce offsuit, not good enough for James to open his button. In a scenario where we've seen it would have worked. James is going to limp the jack 6. Mary checks the 7-6. Looks like we have a bet and a call here. Not sure what the board is. Looks like Mary bet 20,000 and James called. Oh, no, that was pre-flop.
So 1 check, 2 bet 40,000.
Okay, we're figuring it out as we speak.
There you go.
James flops 2 pair. 7 would be disastrous for Mary.
Turn 2 pair. There was a king on the flop, and that's, I guess that's what the issue was. They were having an issue getting the
Oh, okay, ace, king, 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so the graphics are slightly wrong here. Nonetheless, James Blick is going to win this hand. He may have turned the jack 2 pair anyhow. Rather small pot, one bet, getting called on the flop.
No, no.
With the deck on the turn.
That's why I said I didn't like that king.
Vanessa saying, great game, Zara. Yep, Zara with no shortage of friends and fans, always rooting for her at Best Bet. I'm one of them. Big Zara Jackson fan.
That's what I was trying to like this.
Charlie taking some time with the king 6 under the gun. Getting some TV time, I guess. Joe with an actual decision has the ace 9 of diamonds. That's good enough to raise it up here, 8-handed. You got some chips, why not? Worked out pretty well for James Call before. Especially if our big blinds are going to be folding hands like King 9, we should be certainly opening our, or widening our opening range. Neil with a very tight fold in the big blind there.
You put yourself to sleep. Counting sheep.
No, it's just like, you know, like the booklet, and I just, after doing this once.
Marjorie Tilton on Twitch says, let's go Campos. Campos getting some Twitch love.
Wow. 6 folds. 7 folds, 8 folds.
Another hijack opening situation for James here. This time he has the ace king offsuit.
9 raises to 85,000.
No hands out there to defend. This is just going to be a raise and take. Charlie with the 8 deuce of diamonds. Not good enough. You are watching Jacksonville Best Bets live stream. $360 buy-in. 100K guaranteed tournament. 575 players. We are down to the final 8. I'm Eddie Marskoski, your commentator, helping Wes out tonight. 8 left. 8th place is going to be getting paid $4,383. First place in this tournament is going to be taking home $32,875.
I'm like jackpot, buddy. Jackpot for that.
Right now, our 8 seat, CJ Johnson, Charles Johnson is our chip leader. Came in as such.
Oh, I got water. You haven't. I did. That's right, that's right. I'm still hydrated though, thank you.
Okay, James Blick, the man of the hour, came in with a 300K. Is worth to stack up to about 2.3 million. It's going to open the pocket threes here. Going to raise it up to 105,000. Blinds are at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 ante. Big blind ante.
I was like, oh, not the box.
It'll make you pass
Miss
out.
Terry, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Good to see you. And thank you, ma'am, for that
It's real bad. I had a guy one night. He
compliment.
Back to the table from getting a drink of water. He just slid right into it full force.
Oh,
He almost passed out. They had to actually call.
I've done that on the cash table. I did that thing. I go to scoop my chair and I think that's right. Made me catch my breath. I thought I was gonna pass out.
I knew what happened.
Medic? No, I'm good.
No.
I still leave a mark, but I'm
He needs
good.
a cast and some crutches.
No filler in the morning.
Jack's Joker on Twitch saying hello all. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Raise. Hey. 90.
On 2 raises to 90,000.
All right, Mary picks up 2 sevens here in the hijack. She's going to open up to 90,000. Starts the hand with around 850K. That's about 21 big blinds. Chris Reed, great job, Eddie. See you Friday at Borgata. All right, we'll see you then. Mary opens to 90, and Charlie on the button is going to call with ace-8 offsuit. Let's see a flop. He has the bigger stack and could put the pressure on and position against Mary here. If this flop becomes disadvantageous to her pocket sevens, and it does. Ace-Jack-9, top pair for Charlie. Pretty atrocious flop here for Mary. She's going to decide to just check and give up. I like it. Charles bets 110,000 quickly.
50,000 ante now.
Mary
25,000
quickly folds.
Small blind, 50,000 big blind. We will have a break in 40 minutes, okay?
Mark Marstola says, what's in Borgata? This is the Winter Poker Open. They have a whole bunch of real good tournaments. I came up here. The event number 1 was a $600 $2 million guarantee with over 4,000 players. That gets a ton of players. You know, a lot of big guarantees. Good 2-week series up here. James going to open under the gun here with the mystery holding.
Anything for you.
Charles, pocket H here in the cutoff. called with the ace-8 off on the button. I think he's going to peel here too. James opening under the gun means we really can't raise with our pocket eights here. Well, what do I know? Charlie's reaching for some of those bumblebees. Looks like he's going to put in a 3-bet. Maybe deciding against it. Nope. He's putting it out there. 3-betting pocket eights. Little dangerous knowing that James Call opened from under the gun here, and James Call has us covered. So 3-betting a person that has us covered when they open from their tightest range, you know, in theory, what should be their tightest range. With a hand like pocket eights, could be troublesome. Let's see how James proceeds. It's just 140K more. This is a pretty small 3-bet. I don't see James folding many hands he would have opened here, and if he does, it's probably because he opened too light. Andrew Dykeman, AD Gator, welcome to the stream, sir.
For a relatively small 3-bet, he's probably considering a 4-bet in this spot.
Well, I mean, no one really 4-bet bluffs, or, you know, nowhere near as much as they should, so we're just unlikely to see that unless he has a monster. But even if he has a monster, I would kind of just let Charlie continue. Yeah, he jams. He's probably got ace-king. He jams all in. It's probably just ace-king. Charlie's going to quickly lay down the eights. I tell you what, the eights have a lot of value against an under-the-gun ranged opener. So, you know, since James opened under the gun, his range should be rather tight. And if he has aces, kings, queens, jacks, those types of hands, pocket eights has really good flop value against those type of hands. You flop an 8, you can double up. Now, when you 3-bet that hand and he 4-bets over the top, and now you have to fold, you lose that opportunity to really make some chips by set mining. Where let's say had you 3-bet a hand, say like King 8 offsuit, you know, that has no value in seeing a flop, but still it's gonna gain the same reaction from the opener, but you don't lose any value if he does put you all in. You know, if you actually don't see a flop.
Yeah.
So I'm not a huge proponent of the 3-betting with small pocket pairs, only because I think they're super valuable in seeing flops. Zach Sheffield, Diane Casino, welcome to the stream, guys. James Blick can open up the pocket sevens under the gun. Charlie in the hijack, he really wants to play some pots. 10 jack offsuit, he's going to lay it down. Good thing he did. Will on the button. Rather short stack, ace, queen of diamonds. To me, this is a slam dunk all in, and that's exactly what he's doing.
It's one of the first hands I've seen him play.
Yeah, he's been rather quiet, been pretty card dead, and also he had to kind of wait out Zara, who folded down to 3 bigs. So, you know, when you're the second short stack and there's someone with way less or with less than you, you kind of forced into waiting them out. You know, he made an extra 1,200 by doing so. And now if he wins this pot, he'd get up over $1 million. Wow, James Blick, he ain't folding. Looks like he's grabbing chips. He's got over $2 million to gamble with here. It's probably about 600 more to him.
Whoa.
Been very deliberate in his decisions tonight. It's worked out for him so far.
Well, I tell you what, all of his other decisions have been real easy. They've been kings and queens. This one's a little middling. He's already put over 100,000 in there. It'd be a tight laydown. It'd be a really tight fold But, you know, I've seen these folds. They do happen. He's got the calling chips sitting right there. Stephen Fraser says, even with his stack, I think I fold here. Will hasn't played a hand. No, that's a good point, too.
Thank you, sir.
You know there's no way Will's getting out of line. Will's not looking down at an ace-5 and jamming it all in. So you're never really in great shape. You're up against 2 overcards or a better pair. I don't think Will would even shove 6s in that spot. The guy that's only showed queens, and kings opens under the gun. If I'm Will looking at 6s, I'm just pitching them right into the muck. James ends up making the fold, avoiding the flip. Will certainly take it. And James agreeing with Stephen Fraser there. Mary Darnell picking up 2 jacks under the gun. And she's all in. 755K.
You see that card, guys?
It's a lot of bigs. She's got about 18, 19 bigs open jamming under the gun, 2 jacks. I would have liked to see an open here. Just to get a little value. Our hand is so strong. We're not getting, even if people have like pocket 9s, they're just likely folding. So it's really hard to get called by worse when we jam this many bigs, especially under the gun. But when we open, we could get short stacks to jam on us. You know, sometimes like Will could jam, say pocket 9s, pocket 10s.
Somebody dropped something over here. One job.
And the big blind can even defend and then, you know, fold to our C-bet and we even get a little more chips.
Who brought that one?
But Mrs. Mary, she's only like 18, 19 bigs, is still, you know, definitely not the biggest stack. She wants to take it down, no risk, get her up over 20 bigs. Charlie, game 4. Getting some camera time again. Slow through fingers rolled. And Joe with the real hand again. Joe's gonna pop it up, 110,000.
Mark?
Miss Mary in the big blind. We don't know what her hand is. She's gonna make the call. 2 5s. Couple of pocket pairs going at it here. Joe with the lead and the position in the hand. 10-8-3. Gonna be hard for Miss Mary to win this one. Joe, he likes to flop with no Broadway cards. Whoa. Joe bets 1. Nope, Joe bets 275, and Miss Mary snap goes all in for 720,000. Wow, Joe makes the call with 2 7s.
I feel good about that. You can see
Wow.
the cards now. I mean,
Wow.
that happened very quickly.
This is insanity. I don't know what exactly happened. Miss Mary check raises all in with 2 5s. Gets called by 7s. Turn is a 5.
She knew it was coming.
She knew it. Wow. Whoa. Joe actually makes an incredible call with pocket 7s.
I figured he had big 8s.
An incredible call and gets completely wrecked because of it.
Wow.
I'm stunned. Miss Mary, I like your bluff. Your check raise all in, gets him to fold a lot of his overcards, a lot of his big aces that have equity against your pocket 5. Shouldn't have too many 10s in his opening range. But somehow Joe reads right through that, makes the hero call with 7s on a 10-8-4 flop. Miss Mary spikes spikes the set of fives on the turn for the monster double up.
Scoot just said I folded. Did you hear that? He folded a 5.
Oh my.
One card in the deck. As soon as he said it, the 5. Bing. Literally, as soon as he said 5. If you didn't say it, you wouldn't have said it. Maybe it wouldn't have got it.
Facebook chat going crazy. I'm with you guys. Wow. We are stunned.
What are you doing over there, Dom? Check the card shop. Yeah, can we get a water?
Bernadette on Twitch says, way to go, Mary. Yes, ma'am. Big double up there for Mary Darnell. And Joe is left shaking his head in disbelief. Made the call of his poker life only to be shot down on the very next card. Back to the turn. Well, the short stack, 2 kings. Now we get not the short stack anymore. 955,000. That's right. Let's get a raise in there. It's going to open it up to 110,000. Charles, 7-5 of clubs, another disciplined fold, staying out of trouble. Let these guys do what they're doing. They're ramming and jamming. Danielle Chaplin says, was that the case 5? I think someone folded a 5. I'm not sure. No matter what, it was a miracle 5 for Miss Mary. She'll take it though. Every now and then, they come our way. Chris Reed in the Facebook chat with those famous 2 lines. That's poker. J.K. Roofer on Twitch saying, what a call by Joe. No justice. Absolutely no justice. Fantastic call, but all you can do is feel good about it because you lost the chips.
Hopefully he can rebound. He's still visibly shaken after that.
Yeah, that's tough. I tell you what, that could have really catapulted him into a commanding position. He could have took control of this table. Instead, now he's left to nurse a short stack and try to ICM out jump other players. Try to get back rolling. But the important thing is he's still in. This is why we build massive towers of chips, so when we do take these hits, it doesn't knock us out of the tournament. It just knocks us down and we can get back up. James Blick in the cutoff here is going to find an open. Big open, it looks like. 220K, 225,000. Charles Meredith on Facebook. Welcome to the stream. David Blick, no doubt, family member of James, wishing their family member good luck. Mary Pluskoda on Facebook said, the little luck never hurt nobody. Let's go, Mary. That's right. Could be the luck she needs.
You're gonna tell me anyway in 15 minutes? Maybe it was good. You're around for some.
Hey, all right, I'll show it to you. Oh, you just asked.
I did. You showed it.
I did. There we go.
Okay, our chip leader, Ace Jack offsuit. I'm actually really interested to see how Charles opens up his game here as we get less and less players. Looks like he's bled down a little bit from what he started this final table with. Had over 2.2 million. Now he's under 2 million. Looks like he's going to take this one down pre-flop. Chris Urich on Twitch says, miracles always help out when you're running good. Yeah, I think a miracle helps out anytime it appears.
He does a commentary So later on when you watch it, that voice you hear, that's it. You know what I'm saying? It's Wesley. Yeah. You never seen Wesley?
Ann Bailey on Facebook says, "Go Will from Lima, Peru,
Whoa.
NYC,
There is someone else.
Oregon, and Jax." All right, that's nice. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Just seeing Will pick up the pocket kings. And also jam his ace queen and get a fold from 7. Sure everyone in Lima, Peru are cheering on that hand. Stephen Frazier on Facebook saying, "This is the least amount of hands I've ever seen Charles Johnson play, either on a live stream or playing with him in person." Yeah, I agree.
What is it? Which one? King of Spades? Yeah, King of Spades. King of Spades got me there right now.
Dickie Malone, Facebook chat. Eddie Demand at it again. Keep repping the nuts, boys. That's right. You guys will be getting one of those later. Stay tuned.
Old tricky Dicky.
Tricky Dickie Malone.
Well, yeah, so it's a bad card that doesn't read. So, you know, sometimes we're like, well, hey, could you put your cards in the reader? If you have a King of Spades, that's why it doesn't read. I think so.
And
Yeah.
at least figured it out which one it was.
ART on Twitch saying seat 1 still running hot. Stayed out of the way here in the past few hands, but definitely not running bad.
There was a stream that I was on that they were recommending.
King 10 suited under the gun here for James. We saw him open under the gun last time and get 3-bet, and he 4-bet all in. This time he's just going to open King 10 of diamonds. 110,000. Not a lot of hands out there. Chip leader with 3-4 off in the big blind.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this was pretty trashy holding. So James Call really showing no fear. Seems to be the one pretty much going after it at this final table. I like the aggressive play. Not hesitating to open from anywhere with the 2 cards he likes. Putting the pressure on and working. He did run into that Jacks versus Queens fiasco, but other than that, really playing really well. James Blick, 2 4s under the gun. What's he going to do here? All these chips, he certainly doesn't want to fold them. Grabbing chips, he's going to do something. He's going to raise it up 140,000. Charlie, 2 10s in the hijack. Now he's sitting on about 1.1 million. That's slightly less than 30 bigs, about 29 bigs.
140,000.
He did just 3-bet the 8s a little while ago and got 4-bet and had to fold. Could be a little gun shy with a 3-bet. Looks like he's gonna make the call. And our blinds have nothing. Looks like we're gonna go heads up to the flop here. James Blick with the 2 4s and Charlie 2 10s. Ace, King 6. Terrible flop for Blick. Not great for Charlie. He does have position. Blick checks it over. Charlie gonna go ahead.
5 bets, 150,000.
Gonna bet the 2 10s. He bets small, 110,000. 150,000. Excuse me. I don't know how Blick's going to continue with 2 4s here. 2 black 4s. Not many cards you want to see on the turn. Of course, he's grabbing chips. We've seen this before. We've seen him grab chips and put them back and fold. Hope he's going to end up doing the same. Kevin Thiel says, what's the blind levels? I think they're at 50,000 now. 25K, 50K.
Yeah, they are at 25.
This open pre-flop was to 140K. So that would make sense.
About 15 minutes left in this level before the break.
In the 40K or 50K?
50K.
Big one. 50K, okay. 15 minutes left on 50K big blind. And James Blick makes us wait a long time to fold that under pair. No diamond on the flop. Kevin Steele on Facebook says great structure again for this event. I agree. Love these 100Ks. Really can give you some play at the final tables. It's not a shove fest. Especially day 1 starts out 30-minute levels. Day 2 goes to 40. So you get a little extra play time on day 2. JK Roofer on Twitch says, obvious feeler bet. I would raise X3. Getting some strategy advice from the Twitch chat. Raise would have definitely worked right there, although we can see the cards. Looks like we're going to get a multi-way pot here. As Neil just open limps under the gun +1, and that's going to create a waterfall effect. Charlie Campo is going to limp the 10-jack suited. Charles Johnson going to limp the ace-10 suited on the button. I find that very odd.
I was going to ask.
James Call comes in with 8-3. I think he's just worried about Neil limping from early position. I think he doesn't want to raise and have to fold. So he's turning his hand more into a draw type hand. But with a hand like ace-10 of clubs, you know, we block Neil limping aces. If somehow he has kings or queens, I mean, we can just have it. We can raise it. If he goes all in, we just fold. But I don't like limping the button and seeing a flop 5 ways with such a strong hand, because now we have to bank the flop to win. That being said, ace king 4, all black. Charlie decides to go ahead and lead in a 5-way pot with 10-jack of diamonds. I actually wasn't crazy about Charlie's flat call pre-flop either, and now he's getting himself into more trouble just leading this flop. Charles is saying, I think you limped a weak ace. I'm gonna go ahead and raise my Broadway ace, just in case you have like an ace-5, ace-3 type hand. We know Charlie has nothing of the sort. Gonna have to just lay it down. He can't really continue with this pressure from the chip leader coming off. Really kind of a bad lead. Just that lead into a 5-way pot just doesn't take it down often enough. Definitely losing chips.
Hey Eddie, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I got you.
What's going on, guys?
All right, Jesse the Boss. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Thanks for joining
Thank you.
us.
Thank you, Wes and Eddie. You guys have been doing a great job. I've been watching and figured I'd wait and let the stream get going a while and then jump in, see how it works with three of us.
Yeah, this is nice. We don't have to meet up and see each other anymore.
Yeah, I miss you guys though.
I know. Like, I don't get my free meals now. I got to fend for myself.
That's right. Yeah, no free meals when you're on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good. I like this. So the table's been interesting. You guys have been doing a great job, as I said, and Eddie's some great analysis and commentary. And what's interesting is that we still have 8 players.
Yeah, these short stacks really don't want to die. They've been putting it in at risk, but just not going home.
That's right.
Somehow hitting that card they need. We saw Zara come in as a short stack and had 3 opportunities for other short stacks to bust, giving her a pay jump, and every time the short stack won. You know, I've been on the other end of that. It's so frustrating.
It is frustrating when you're on the other end of that. You're right. When you're just waiting for the short stack to go busted, and they just always seem to.
Yeah, it just seems to work out that way. When you need the players to bust, they always just double up. Oh, double up.
And when you're the short stack, you go all in once and you're out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, where's my short stack double up? You think, okay, well, I guess it's my turn next. Nope, you're just the next one out.
Mary with the loose call there, huh? With the out of the big blind.
I have here. Yeah, I'm a little. Oh yeah, Mary's got the 2-4. Mary got it now. I was a little behind.
Yep, Mary's got the deuce 4. James the 8-6 on the button.
Yeah, it's the it's suited. But it was suited.
Mary's got some game in her though. See, just like when she check raised with those 2 5s.
Yeah, she does. I actually really like that check raise all in. It's kind of amazing that she got called by 2.
Yeah, look, she just check raised here with 4 high. Says, you don't have none of that. I'll take that one. Thank you. So, little added game if you're going to play the deuce 4 out of the big blind. You have to have that in your repertoire, don't you think?
I think if you don't have it, it's a losing call. But if you can find ways to win pots you're not supposed to, you can turn it into a profitable call. That's for sure.
Yep. We're not kidding.
Jack's Joker on Twitch saying, "Oh shite, the boss is here. Everyone get back to work. Party time's over when the boss comes in." Yeah. Wow, there she goes. Leads out. Takes it down. Gets James to fold his 8 high. She wins the pot with her 4 high. Charles going to raise up the 8-6 suited here. And James with Queen 10 suited right behind. And then James Blick right behind James Call with Ace Jack suited. All 3 different suits. This could be an interesting pot. James calls, he's grabbing 3 betting chips. Chris Cloutier, Mick Rabalato, thanks for joining the stream. Welcome. Yep, there's the 3 bet. Charles opens the 115. James 3 bets the 365. Action on Blick again. We're going to get a tank. Even Miss Mary with King 10 of diamonds in a small line. All right, action back to Charles. Does he want to peel one? He's got enough chips. And James actually has enough chips to warrant a peel with this type of hand. I'd like to have 8-9 suited or 7-8 suited over 8-6 suited. Let's see what Charles does. He's going to let it go. Tell you what, Charles isn't gonna like that. He's gonna hear from the people watching the live stream that James is really taking any opportunity to be aggressive. He's not choosing premium hands. He's choosing any hands that he deems playable.
All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I had to take a back for 1 second, and I had to take a phone call, just like normal.
Yeah, that's what bosses do.
Yeah,
Always at work.
always at work. We playing
All in.
50 big blind right now.
Yep.
Yeah, we're at 50K big blind. I think we have about another 10 more minutes.
So this
Or
is Joe
so,
going all in for 10 bigs here.
yeah.
Pretty easy play, right?
Yep, ace queen. It's one of the better hands you're going to see when you get this short. This is, you want to jam it all in because you can get called by worse hands. You can get called by worse aces. Somebody wakes up with ace 10, ace jack in the big blind. They're going to look you up for 10 bigs.
It's a big call with 8, 9 of clubs there.
Wow.
Let it go, Charlie. Let it go.
He likes the Hollywood. He likes to take his time. He's got some family members watching. You know, he wants them to see.
A little sweat value for him, yeah.
Charlie just making the most out of this final table live stream.
That's all right. You know, we do this live stream for everybody. We want everybody to have a good time, so we'll toss in a little Hollywood there, I suppose.
I don't mind. Listen, it's tough to make these live streams. You want to be there a while when you get there, you know?
Yeah.
Is this game serious? April Sheffield, welcome to the stream. Good to have you.
Oh, sorry.
Will picks up that timely pot. Keep him in the game for another orbit.
Just to open to 5, 8 balls.
Yeah.
Maybe they
Everybody's
have
getting a little shallow, aren't they?
Yeah, the price of poker's going up. Started this tournament at 30K big blind. Coming after this break, we'll be at 60K big blind. That means in theory, everyone's stack will have been chopped in half just by the levels going up. Oh, Miss Mary, ace king. Okay, we have Will opens to 105 under the gun. James calls with ace jack off, and Miss Mary with ace king in the cutoff just flat calls.
Yeah, she just flat called there. I'm surprised that play from Mary because she's kind of aggressive, but
yeah, I mean, she's actually ripped in like 19 or 20 bigs under the gun with jacks a little while ago. I wouldn't have minded seeing her just rip in this spot too with the ace king.
yeah,
a lot of dead money out there.
I'd have ripped it in there with the ace king and just in case the flop comes out like this, where I
Yeah,
still
that's
have the
the
best
problem.
hand but can't
Yeah.
call.
So when you rip it in pre-flop and even when everyone folds, you take down what 400K just by going all in with no showdown, very
Yep.
little risk, and then now you call 105, comes queen high brick flop, and now you lost 105. So you have a $500,000 swing from jamming in and pre-flop to just flatting the 105.
And you get a raise and a call. You know the guy who's just calling the raise probably doesn't have a hand as good as ace king,
Especially when
he's got a small pair. Either way, he's got something with fold equity.
And he's been the one that's been the most aggressive. So you would expect the most aggressive, if he had a big hand, he would 3-bet. So if he is
Right.
flatting, if he's not taking the aggressive route, it's probably because he doesn't have a hand good enough to. So you can eliminate big hands from James Paul's range. And obviously just ace king is too strong of a hand to think an undergun raise just has you beat, no matter if it comes from a tighter player or not.
Interesting. James is making a play at the pot now. That's a great play by Will. Going all in with the flush draw rather than just calling or folding there. I think that's a great play.
Agreed.
Great play by Will, picking up that pot with the worst of it.
That's right. Actually dominated as far as bigger aces out there, and he finds a way to win that pot.
You just have to have the mouse track that way. I'd go to sleep.
Diane Casino in the Facebook chat saying, "Miss you, Johnny Pham."
Yes.
Johnny Pham entered the chat a little while ago.
Johnny Pham, you still out there? We miss him already.
Oh, yeah.
We should get Johnny to call in, too.
We should get Johnny to do some commentating on us.
Definitely have Johnny join us remotely sometime.
That would be a good idea.
Pocket tens on the button.
We got a 3-bet here. Neil opens the cutoff. Ace, deuce of clubs. Charlie's going to 3-bet the button this time with his pocket tens. Last time we saw him flat. James is open. Now he's going to 3-bet Neil's cutoff open. I definitely like this 3-bet. Neil opening the cutoff doesn't have to be super strong hands, even though Neil's been rather tight. The cutoff is a spot where Neil should be opening a wider range. Pocket tens has that range in tough shape. Let's go ahead and get value out of our hand while we can. Neil's going to make a good fold. Yep.
Agreed. What tournament we got tomorrow, Wes?
So
Tomorrow's Monday. It should be, what is it, 150 deep stack tomorrow?
It is 150 deep stack, noon start.
Nice.
And starts with 12,000 in chips, 30-minute levels. Might actually have a big turnout for that, tomorrow being Martin Luther King Day, so a lot of people have off.
I think you're right.
Absolutely. When there's no work and no school, come on down to the casino.
That's right. There's funny holidays that are good for poker. Certain days like 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day, those aren't necessarily great days for us in the poker room, but the sort of odd holidays, Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, Columbus Day, where not everybody has the day off, but a lot of people do.
Yeah. The ones where people don't get together and grill out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are good for us in the poker room.
Looks like the players are going to go on a 15-minute break here.
We still give them breaks in tournaments? What's going on?
Yeah, I guess so. You see right there at the top, Charles still our chip leader, but not by as big a margin as we started. And James Blick, who started as a short stack, is just 60,000 away from chip leader. And our short stack, Joe, who came in with second in chips, took a couple tough beats down to 11 big blinds. Still lots of poker left. Coming back to 60,000 big blind. I'm Eddie Marskoski. We'll be back just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
1,850,000. Whoa.
joining the action here.
We are
Final
back
table
in action,
play.
Wes.
I don't know.
She was just scolding you.
It's just good to keep them there just in case.
Wes, it's hard to believe we still have 8 players here at this final table.
It is wild. All the short stacks hanging on.
Survive, survive, survive.
And here we go. Will with a button coming back from break. Wakes up with pocket queens.
You know, Will's been playing well. He played that ace-4 of hearts well, hanging around. Now he picks up pocket queens with a good opportunity, especially with, look at this, pocket pair, pocket pair, pocket pair.
Going up against the chip leader here. Out of the small blind pocket, 10s. Gets a 3-bet in. Could be some big fireworks here coming back from break.
Yeah, this is a tough spot here for Charles. Looks like a standard button open for Will. Pocket 10, perfectly good hand to 3-bet here for CJ. Unfortunately, Will wakes up on the button with an absolute monster. Yep, he's going to ship it all in. CJ's going to have a very tough decision here.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for 2 10s. I mean, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's already put in 20% of Will's stack.
I mean, he still has 30 bigs if he folds, right?
Yeah, he can definitely find a fold here. I mean, Will hasn't done anything out of line. With pocket 10s, you can be fairly certain Will doesn't have 2 9s. You know, so he's not doing this with under pairs. You never have him crush. He has ace king, ace queen, or aces kings queens. Back.
But if Will turned his hand over and it was ace king, do you call instantly?
Yeah, you have to, because you've already put
right?
You've already put the 300K in there, right? So you can't. You know, you would, especially still having chips if you lose the pot.
I mean, that being said, that's what makes it such a hard decision, right? Because he could have ace king, ace queen there. He could have a lot of hands. He doesn't have to have 2 queens.
And I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier getting dealt ace king than it is aces, kings, and queens, because you know the suited and non-suited combinations of the hand. And so honestly, once you break it down to the hand he likely has the most, it's ace king. That's the hand he actually has the most. But the other hands, if you combine the amount of times he has those other hands, it's more than ace king. So while ace king is the hand he has the most, he doesn't have it 50% of the time where you can just make the call. So I like the fold right there by CJ. That's one thing I think he needs to consider, and probably is in his mind, is how much of a skill edge he has on this table. So really going into
that's a great point.
Going into it with the chip lead, I'd be thinking, okay, I have a skill edge here. I'm gonna shy away from any of the close spots, any of the borderline, you know, should I, shouldn't I, that I'm not sure that I knows are close spots. I'm just gonna err on the side of caution and let my skill edge, you know, give that the opportunity for me to win, instead of just hoping to find myself in good flip scenarios. You know, so shying away from like the super close tight spots, letting my edge give me the slow chip up profit instead of the big high
very good
variance.
point. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, no matter what, you can't. I mean, you're not just gonna knock them all out. You're gonna be here a few hours, so why not just chip up time over time? Hand after hand, take it down that way. Avoid the big spots. We all know how dangerous runouts are. You know, that's with the best hand or without. Especially 5-card runouts, they're the most dangerous. If you can play a little more cautious game and get yourself to where you're only going to have 2-card runouts, 1-card runouts, or just play out pots with with no all-ins, it's going to be easier for you to navigate the final table.
Look at this. James
Luke
makes
Soto on Facebook says
a pure bluff on the flop. He gets called by James B with a backdoor flush draw and a king, and he decides to go with it again, which is a very ambitious play, and I think it's going to work.
I'm actually having a little visual technical errors. I can't see the screen at the moment.
And
But I'm
James
gonna take your word on it. Oh, okay.
Well, we got an 8-6 versus a king deuce with an ace tray queen 10 board, and James gets lucky and catches an 8 on the river. Little does he know it, he almost has to bet his 8 here, or he might have to face a large bluff by James B, who missed everything with king high. So we got two players playing some poker in this hand.
That's what we like to see.
That's what we like to see. And he's looking at his chips. He's going to have to bet it. He's triple barreling with 6-8 high, although little does he know he caught an 8, which is actually the best hand.
Yeah, he thinks he's firing a big bluff here. Wow, I like the no fear.
Yeah, I do too.
Aggressive style James is implementing. He's really trying to win this thing.
And what's funny about that is, you know, he could check there because he made a pair and win at showdown, but James B may not let him get away with it because he missed his hand completely. So he might have to fire a bet himself. Who knows, right? We don't know if he would have it in him to fire that or not.
Exactly, and it might not be good. He could be up against a hand that's slightly better than an 8, but would fold to a big bet. You know, like the
like
middle
ones,
the ones that are just going to check back. Yeah, exactly. So he takes taking the betting line, gets even those hands to fold.
I know. Earlier I was Red Bull.
He's certainly thinking, yeah, he turned his hand into a bluff there.
Yep. It's like we got a little.
Anyhow, like I was saying, I like.
Coming back.
Yeah, I like him taking the bull by the horns, so to speak, and really trying to go out and win this thing. That's how you win a tournament. That's how you win a poker tournament, by actively trying to win the tournament. You don't win a poker tournament by trying to stay in the tournament. That's how you ladder up in a tournament. You win it by going for it, trying to win it.
That is true. You gotta bring it to you. What's going on here? We lost some cameras.
Yeah, I got black screen.
Don't know. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, you got it. At least it's not just you and I, Eddie.
Yeah, actually, the problem is because of me. I've been texting Wes. We're trying to figure out the problem I'm having, and I assume it's now affecting all of us because he's trying to fix my problem.
Oh, it might be, yeah.
Although it shouldn't have done.
Well, it looks like we do have an all in. I see the graphics. Joe's going to be all in for less than 10 big blinds, right at about 9.5.
Mary thinking about it with a mystery hand. James with the 8-9. That's still too much to call for James. 8-9. He's gonna have to let it.
Yeah, way too much. We're not calling.
No.
A min raise.
No.
From the small blind with 8-9 offsuit.
No, we're not there yet. Mary also elects to fold. We don't need to see anything. Look, this is easy, Eddie.
Yeah, no problem. We can do it just like this, right? You guys will still watch.
Very weird. Sorry about this, guys. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, work in progress.
All right. We need that sign that used to come up when you were watching TV that would say technical difficulties. Your programming will resume in a few moments.
Yeah, be patient with it. Well, tell you what, I'll go over some of these numbers for everyone just to for everyone to have in the back of their mind. This is a $360 buy-in tournament we are watching. It got 575 players, giving us a prize pool of $172,500. They paid 72 spots. Min cash in this tournament was 526 bucks. We made a final table of 9. Zara Jackson finished in 9th place. She took home $3,288 for her efforts. Right now we have 8 left. 8th place is going to be getting $4,383. The winner of this tournament will be taking home $32,875. Right now, Charles Johnson is our chip leader with James Blick not far behind. Now that we're all caught up, looks like Charlie Campos opened the ace-jack under the gun, and Neil with king 10 offsuit and on the short stack calls from the big blind. Ooh, and the flop, queen jack 5. Neil piles it all in. I think Charlie called him. Charlie with middle pair top kicker and Neil with open ender. And Neil is going to brick out. The clapping lets you know Neil has been eliminated.
Yeah, Charlie wins that with the ace jack.
Neil's going to finish in 8th place, $4,383. Congratulations, well done, sir. Neil also no stranger. I've played with Neil plenty. Sure, we're going to see him again. All the players guaranteed $5,496. We're getting into the 5K pay marker. Always a nice little milestone. You can add a 5K score to your results. Good, nice little weekend always. So James Call, Jesse, the last series he final tabled, or the October series, he final tabled 3 events.
Really?
You know, pretty impressive run, but he wasn't able to hit any score above 6,000. All 3 were, I think it was like a 7th, an 8th, and he got a 3rd and a small one, and I think he got 6,000. So he's flirting with his
on that.
Yeah, he's flirting with his career high biggest score very soon. If he can make one more pay jump, they'll get him up to 6,600, which would be more he made in any of that series than anything that's listed on his Hindenburg results.
Well, that's cool. Big day for James. That's James. We have 2 James, right?
Yeah, that's James Call in the
James C.
In the 9 the younger James.
Now we have James B getting frisky with the 9-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, a little it's suited action. Diane on the Facebook chat says, "Okay, Mary, take this baby down. Never too late." That's right. As long as you're at the table.
Sorry, we're still having some obvious technical difficulties here. It's interesting that we can see all the info, but not the cameras.
Yeah, where we can call like half the action with the graphics. Actually, you can. I'm still having my issue where some portion of the time I can't see the screen at all.
All right, guys. So I guess what I'm going to have to do on my end here is restart this system. Unfortunately, when we do that, the stream has to restart as well. The delay will. So we're going to have to essentially go on break for a little bit. I can restart the stream. We'll be on a 15-minute delay. And hopefully when we come back on the other end, the cameras will be working for us. I don't know what happened to cause that.
Well, send Eddie and I a new link. We'll log out and restart as well.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to break. I'm going to try to fix this on my end, and we will get restarted and rejoin the action on the other end of that. Thank you for everybody for watching thus far, and just stick with us. Come in on the other end so we can get the tail end of this tournament and see how everything plays out.
Sounds good, Wes.
Yep, we'll get it figured. Yep, we'll get it figured. Just hang around.
All right, guys, we'll be right back.
Back in business. You heard it from Arlie right there.
That's right. When Arlie speaks, people listen.
We are 7-handed, 7 left. We just lost Neil in 8th place. Neil took home $4,383. 7th place is going to be taking $5,496.
God, what a great tournament!
And they're all fighting for that first place money, $32,875. Oh,
And
yeah,
everybody in this
I've
tournament
actually,
has a chance, right? They are shallow now, which changes the play a little bit, but everybody in this has a chance at that first place money.
oh, we've done too many live streams over these past few years to know, and it can go anyway. The short stack right now can zip it on up and win, or the chip leader can continue to run over and win it all. Look at that, Mary. Since our
Mary
technical
Darnell.
difficulties, Mary has shot herself up to the chip leader, 3.2 million. Charles, who came in as our short stack, is down to 14 big blinds. Wow, we missed a lot, guys.
We missed a little bit. We did. I like watching Mary play. You know, she's a fun player to watch. She's got a lot of game, and she's a great player. It's fun to watch her play.
Oh, absolutely fearless. I thought her play earlier that we saw with the pocket fives was a gutsy bluff. That was a great bluff, and I can't believe she got called by a better hand. I can't believe pocket sevens called.
Right.
She was rewarded with that 2-outer. But yeah,
she did. I mean, she did get lucky there, but it was a great play, and it was a great call by the sevens, and that's what happens. A little poker there.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch. Both players playing above the rim. Mary made a great check shove, and Will made just an absolutely ridiculous call. Somehow putting her on a draw or some spazzy bluff, which is exactly what she had.
Yeah, that was it. James getting a little anxious there, putting out his blind. Feeling a big hand. Nope.
Yeah, needs one.
I still gotta work. I work for the bank. Well, we're closed, but I got work I gotta get done. It is, but that's when I get my best work done, when it's the bank shut.
Mary got all those chips. Wonder if she got a big one from Charles. Charlie Campo is still hanging around here, 2.6 million. He picked up some chips while we were gone. He's going to open the button 3-4 off. I like it. He's going for it. Yeah, he knows Will's in the big blind. He's got to play pretty all in or fold style here with that stack size. Joe in the small blind actually has to do the same thing. Charlie can make an easy fold with his 4-high.
You know, I do not dislike the button raise with any 2 in that spot either, and it's just unfortunate for him. The problem is he has 2 players on his left. Both are going to, their only play is all in, right? So he has to make his initial raise an amount that he is comfortable with folding afterwards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for those reasons, the fact that all they can do is go all in or fold, that means they're just so likely to fold. Like they're saying all in 30% of the time, you know, folding 70% of the time.
Sure.
So we're printing money just by opening any 2 cards dealt to us in this situation.
Wow, he called him.
What? I guess it was so little. He opened. I don't know how. He opened to 200 and had to call 500.
Got to call 500 more. Yeah, well.
3-4. Wow, flops open ended. 2-7-3-4.
Missed him.
Missed it all. Diamond flush there for Will. What a courtesy double up, as we say.
Yeah. And that's a spot where if the guy on your left has enough chips that you're going to be pot committed and forced to call, well, then maybe you should change your strategy and you can't just raise with it. Because
yeah, I agree. If you're going to call off, you better keep yourself out of those situations and just fold. I like doing it with 3-4 off because it's such a bad hand that we can easily fold. when they race. Yeah, I don't like to call it off with it.
But if you're going to call when the guy goes all in for whatever he had for 700,000, then
Yeah.
you can't make that
Have,
play.
have a tighter range. You know, open like King 8, King 7, King 6, not 3-4. If you're gonna just call.
I'm not going to lie though. That's usually something I do. I open any 2 on the button there, and then the guy goes all in. I'm like, oh my God, serious? Did I really just put myself in the situation where I got to call with nothing?
Yeah. But it's not even really that. It's not even necessarily a situation you went for. You didn't lose that much. You lost what 2 blinds.
Right.
You don't need to waste another 5. Or it's with a hand so terrible, in such bad shape. The guy has to go all in when you have what looks to be no fold equity. But with a hand like 3-4, we can have fold equity. But he gambled it up. He wanted to run it out, see what happened. He knew he was getting it in behind.
Yeah, he obviously knew he was behind with 4 high, right? Here we got a couple hands.
All in and a call. Terrible luck here for Charles Johnson in the big blind. When the short stack goes all in from the small blind, puts you all in. King Queen's supposed to be ahead, and this time he's dominated by Ace Queen.
Yeah, it's a tough spot with King Queen. You kind of have to call there.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame him for snap calling. Ace on the flop's going to leave Charles all but dead. Boom, there you have it, just like that. Charles Johnson comes in.
No, he's still in.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Will's going to double. Charles Johnson still has left.
Yeah, he's still.
He
has
still in.
Has a few.
All right. Still got plenty. Still going to have, 3?
He's in the small blind now, and he's going to have. No, he's going to be on the button. No, he's going to be in the small blind. Sorry.
Yeah, he was the big blind, so he's going to be small now. Definitely still in. Will's going to get the double up.
Will gets a pure double up. James is still in. He may be in an auto call spot here with a 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think with that stack, he's probably going to be calling any 2.
Yeah.
Because Charles at this point has less than 5 big blinds, I believe.
Or not, right? If he folds, he gets the button, and he can ladder up, right?
It really depends on what the other short stack is, but he just doubled up the other short stack, so really no one else is in danger. So at this point,
kind of has to take a chance.
You can't wait anything out. You have to try to get chips.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be extremely lucky to fold and have something weird happen and 2 guys go all in, but it could happen.
It could, yeah, it definitely can always happen. We've seen people make these big blunders, when someone's basically down to their last handful of hands, and then people bust, with 25 bigs because they get into the weird spot where they didn't necessarily have to happen. We definitely see that. So he don't have to go with any 2 cards dealt.
He did. He mucked it. He mucked the king deuce.
Yeah, after a raise, of course. You want to at least get in the spot where you can be the jammer, and even if the big blind has to call you, even if it's, but sometimes that can be good because he can have to call you with a terrible hand.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fold
between 7, and the big blind has to call you with 7-8. And you got queen 7, you're in good shape. You can take your 4 or 5 big blinds to 10.
Yep. And, everybody has these default ranges in their mind because of all the push-fold charts. The push-folds charts are, if you have 8 big blinds, if you have 6 big blinds, if you have 10 big blinds. What they don't take into account for is the structure of the tournament and how many big blinds everybody else has.
Yeah, and they don't take, especially for anything that we're going to be doing on a live stream, they don't take account for the ICM implications.
You're right.
So there's always different factors, and what those charts really are guidelines to let you know what is theoretically profitable and not profitable, right? So, like if you're seeing something that's 50.001%, so 0.1% profitable, that's not that much. So that's not as good as something that you see is like 58 to 58%, which is 8% profitable. You know what I mean? Like, So just because it's profitable doesn't make it necessarily super correct, because when there's other variables that aren't in play, that aren't quantified.
Right. And that's an important point to that people should consider, is that those charts are a guideline, not a hard fast rule. And I think that's
there's so many variables that the charts aren't going to call for, like just like the likeliness of being called by a certain big blinds is completely
it's not in the chart. The likeliness
of variable. Yeah, there's
right.
no way you could possibly calculate that into your decision making, but it has such a drastic
effect on your decision. And it doesn't mean the charts are bad. I mean, the charts are still good. They're a great tool.
Oh yeah, you need to know all the charts so you know the baseline, and if you deviate, it's because of this. Like you have a reason why, because the big blind calls a lot more, or because this big blind is actually the tightest person at the table. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this spot because it's actually the most likely spot I'm going to get a fold, where it doesn't even matter what my hand is. Like, so you need to know the spots to deviate and the reasons why. But you don't know if it's a deviation if you don't know what baseline is. Like that's the whole thing. You think you're just kind of on a whim hoping every instinctual move you make is right. So you need to know the baseline, you need to know the charts, you need to know the theory, and know how to deviate.
Very true, very true. Hard to believe we still got 7 people at this table.
The short stacks don't want to bust.
They do not.
That's been the trend tonight. The short stacks get all in and double up, just like we saw a moment ago with Will doubling up through Charles. CJ, Jack 10 suited after Will opens. Yeah, CJ's going to have to get that. That hand's too good to fold 5 big blinds. Actually, he's going to be in pretty good shape against the 7s. Too bad we've seen 2 jacks folded and a 7. Good grief.
Wow.
A lot of matching cards out there.
Yeah, you're definitely going all in with the 10 jack suited. That's for sure.
Yeah, Will's going to have to make the call with 7s. We see Charles, it says that he's 51% here with 10 jacks suited, but we've seen 2 jacks folded, so that's going to severely affect those numbers.
Yeah.
But spades and straight draws. Oh, there it is.
Got a 10.
Who needs a jack? Just put the 10 up there.
Or even a 7. Look, he fading a 7.
Yeah, that's close right there. Actually, Will turned open-ended.
He got him drawing dead on the turn. Had him draw. He hits 7.
No, if a six comes, well, Will's got the straight.
That's right.
7,
that's right. Yeah.
Or a jack. We know there was only one jack left to come. But
the 6 outs.
Okay, so Charles back in that. Coming back from the dead. I had all but called him out just a moment ago. Now he's back. He's back.
He's back. He still has a chance for his largest cash ever. Got to keep him in action.
No, definitely not Charles' largest cash. James is still in action for his largest cash.
Oh, James, I'm sorry.
Yeah. James in the 9 seat. Right. Charles is a circuit crusher. He has a World Series poker circuit rings. He has multiple trophies.
Wow.
I believe he has probably like 270K largest score. Actually,
what do you do with 2 5s here if you're Will? Just stuff it.
1.4 million. We got 6. No, we're definitely not stuffing it.
Not quite stuff it range, right?
Oh, he is. He just jammed it.
He did go all in.
Oh, he's jamming over 20 bigs here. Mary on the button, 2 9s. She'd have to call off half her stack. This is a really wide jam for Will. I don't know why.
It's wide. It's 80K big blind, so not quite 20 bigs, right?
Okay, yeah. So we're past. So yeah, we went past 60K big blind.
Yeah, it's 80K big blind.
80K big blind makes this a lot easier of a shove. Still,
Yeah, I don't hate the
still-
shove with 2 5s
still-
here.
Yeah, not terrible.
I like it actually. And look at Mary with 2 9s. What did she do?
Yeah,
Way the
2
best
9s,
of it.
80K big blind. She's probably gonna have to call.
I mean, she's supposed to, go all in over the top and isolate, but effectively just a call puts Charlie all in anyway. So
I tell you
it
what,
doesn't really matter. Oh, she
wow,
let it
what a
go.
fold.
Let it go.
The thing here that Will has to think about is he actually has more chips than.
Wait, he got a call by Joe.
Wow, yeah, Joe snaps.
Joe's got two. What is that? 2 jacks.
Charles is loving this. Charles has less chips than Will. Will put himself at risk by shoving 5s under the gun. Charles can get a pay jump while being the short stack, which is always nice. Joe's got 2 queens.
2 queens.
Mary folds 2 9s. Folds her way out of a tough spot when Joe wakes up 2 queens behind and flops the queen. He's going to fill up on the river, and Will's going to be knocked out in 6th place. Will's going to take home 6,650.
And maybe that 2 5s isn't a good play, but I really do not mind the shove there with 5s. If you either got to I think 2 5s under the gun, you got to toss it into the muck or stuff it all the way in. You can't put in chips, get raised and fold. You have less than 20 bigs. Everybody's pretty short. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of people out there are saying, and by the way, Will finishes in 7th place. We have 6 left. So Will gets 5,496. But a lot of people out there are saying, he has 1.2 million at 80K big blind. And he's got like 14, 15 bigs. It seems like a jam. Like we've all seen the charts where they say, yeah, pocket 5s, jam it in. But in this situation, you have Charles who has less. So
sure.
So I mean, you're doing him a favor when you shove a hand like pocket 5s that wide right there. Like you said, we don't with 15 bigs, we don't have enough to open the hand, and then really play a pot with it. So I kind of like just folding it, like you said, because jamming it.
I mean, I suppose you could open for 2.5x and fold to a raise.
Yeah, but then we're wasting. Then we're putting ourselves down to the same chip stack that CJ has.
Right.
Right, and we want our to separate from him. We want him to be the shorty, the solidified short stack, and we have a little chip advantage. We don't want to lose chips.
Yeah.
And pocket 5s is too susceptible. I think we can find tight fold pre-flop, and hope Charles gets in his 9-10 big blind stack. Before we get too short. And like as we see there, he runs into 9s and queens, and in a spot where he could have made the pay jump from 55 to 67, so about 1,200 bucks.
But is it too? Are you playing too tight if you fold 2 5s there?
No, I don't think you're playing too. I don't think it's too tight. I mean, especially when you're not the short stack, like that's
right.
huge, and it's not a monstrous pay jump, but this is a $300 tournament, so that's 4 buy-ins.
No, it's definitely meaningful.
4 buy-ins. So, this is a 360. 4 buy-ins is 4 buy-ins. Like that's
it's a lot, yeah.
When you're on the circuit grinding, you'll take 4 buy-ins at any time.
And I can't fault Mary for the fold there either. It's a lot of money to put in with pocket 9s. There's nothing wrong with folding there. She needs to protect her stack as well. She doesn't have to win the tournament in one hand.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Like when you think you have a skill edge, and you find yourself at one of those borderline decision points, go ahead and err on the side of caution. Because your edge is so valuable, she may be thinking that I just got these chips. I got 3 million. I can really do some damage with them. Let's not risk 1.5 of my 3 million on this situation where even if I call and I'm right, he can have king queen and it's just a flip scenario. And at that point, we're leaving it up to the run out. And anytime we can not put it in the hands of the run out and rely on our skill, let's do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, that last hand was actually kind of interesting. The small blind limped with 3-4 of clubs on a short stack. I think who's in the 9th seat there with the big blind?
James.
James probably, if somebody limps in the small blind and they have a short stack, it's probably a free shot for him just to go all in and take the money.
Yeah, agreed. Like the short stack shouldn't be doing a lot of trapping.
No, it's not like the short stack's going to be doing a lot of trapping. If they're just trying to see a flop cheap. Otherwise,
Yeah,
they would have stuffed it all
see
in.
a cheap flop. Agreed. You know, those are spots, you know, I like to jump on those spots anytime I can.
Yeah. But
Mary
he
opens
didn't.
the
He
ace
just
king.
checked it. The flop came out, and then the small blind went all in and took it down with an open and straight run. And
yeah, I think
high.
James is a little worried about Charles. Charles, like I said, Charles has a lot of experience. He has over half a million in earnings. He might be one of the guys tricky enough to do that with a hand like. If your average player limps strong right there, they're only limping like say aces and kings and queens.
Right.
But you know, a good tricky player like Charles may be able to limp hands like ace nine off, knowing that it's very likely when he does that, James is going to do a raise and like to take the aggressive route, which he has all night.
Right.
And then you can get a nice spot to double up if you have, you know, just with the best hand. A lot of players aren't doing that, but Charles may be one willing to do that, and James may be semi-fearful of that, taking the passive approach and just checking. Here Mary's gonna snap call this all in.
Yeah.
James, I don't blame James for shoving his 9 big blind stack here.
Nope.
Blind versus blind with an ace, but unlucky for him. Mary's gonna wake up with ace king again.
Yeah, go Mary.
Like Mary's taking over the run good. James started this final table out.
Yeah, he did.
White hot. He went from 300K to over 2 million. Now he finds himself all in with 6 left. Gonna need a 5. Oh.
Uh-oh. I feel
Mary
like
doesn't look happy.
Oh, and a king.
2 kings.
What's the king 5 there? Did we got the hands mixed up? Look at that.
Oh yeah, there was no ace 5. Looks like James shipped the king 5 and was called by Mary's ace king. James
No.
pair.
I think it was
It's quite possible that
I think they got
close to the other person's reader.
Yeah, but we saw king 5 on the table.
So
we heard Mary yell for an ace because the flop came king 5.
I think Mary had ace 5 and James had king 5.
That could be the case.
Yeah.
That could easily be the case. Either way, I think James got it in pretty bad. And he really only having 1 live card. He ended up flopping 2 pair.
Oddly, because they're sitting next to each other, the cards read on the a little mismatch there.
Yeah, they could have. Very easily when they get flipped over. If any piece of them comes close to the reader, you know, sometimes they can misread. So James takes a little bit of that run good back.
Yeah, James got it back.
Mary borrowed it for a little bit, and James said, "No. I like life better with the run good." Charles has to fold the 7 deuce here. His stack dwindles a little bit. Up to slightly over 10 bigs now. He's probably feeling pretty good. He was nursing a 4 and 5 big blind stack not too long ago. Battle of the 10 jack suiteds here. James Call going to open the cutoff, 180. James Blick on the button with the same hand but clubs.
Casper in the chat says, I can't believe they're still playing. I drove all the way back to Georgia after busting. What are you driving back to Georgia for? We got more tournaments all week long, including the main event next weekend.
That's right.
You're just going to have to drive back, Casper.
Yeah, go ahead, turn the blinker on, hit the U-turn. Tell you what, we'll stay on the air till you get back. Don't you worry about it.
That's right. We'll still be here for you.
Yeah, we'll keep you company on the drive.
Save whatever I
All right, 8-9 ace. Open-ended here for James. Open-ended here for Charlie. Charlie's got 1.47 behind.
Bottom and top end here, huh?
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting pot nonetheless. Charlie can somehow find a way to jam at some point in this hand.
That's
really the only way to win it without hitting. Both these guys got her on the same stack. Yep, 4's going to be a brick for everyone. It's a big pot brewing here. These guys have 1.2 or so left in their stack, and there's 840K in the middle. Each of them know this is a pivotal pot. Somehow they could win.
Might go for it right here. I mean, he's a player. James has been playing really good.
You're right. He has. He's been like we were talking about. He's been on the aggressive side. He is again 400K.
Four to win 12. Or it'd be 4 to win 16 if he pays, right? So right at 4 to 1, which is almost a little less than true odds to money odds for his hand.
Yeah, and it would leave him.
Except that he has the dumb end, and he won't be left with much money if he doesn't make it.
Yeah, he'd be left with 3.
So we can go into this spot? I can go to this?
I mean, he'll still be left with
he'd be
8.
left with about 11 big blinds.
Yeah.
If he makes the call and misses and doesn't win the hand, he does make the call.
What I don't like about that is I don't like to make the call and miss and have to fold.
Yeah, I'd like to see a weird jam here for Charlie. Would just be nuts. But we know it would work.
Or
make the nuts and jam.
Or there's that.
No way he checks again, right? Any
He's
way he pulls the check off. James has fired 2 streets. No.
Dang it. James is like, But, little does James know, he just got let off the hook because if Charlie checks, James is going all in on a bluff there.
Most likely, but I tell you what, James just said, do you really have 6-7? So he may have thought that was one of his hands he had anyhow.
Yeah.
Or that just could be the easiest thing to say because that's what the nuts are.
Yeah, there's that.
All right, we're this is acting. Kids, take your notes out.
Yeah.
Watch this acting lesson here. We have Jack high on the river. No chance of us ever putting another chip in the pot.
Yeah, Jack high it's virtually impossible for Jack high to be good.
Yeah,
so he cannot call.
Yeah, unless Charlie
he can beat a 10 deuce, 10-3.
Like there's no
7 deuce, 7-3.
7-10.
Yeah, 7-10.
7-10 is like the one hand. And James finally makes the fold. Matt Zimmerman, welcome to the stream, sir. Thanks for joining. Matt here at the Borgata just a couple days ago.
Yeah, Matt's a player.
Oh yeah, Matt. I see Matt traveling around playing these tournaments a lot. Always good to see him out there. Friend of mine. We had dinner at the Borgata buffet the other night.
Nice.
Talked some poker. Always a good time. Matt's a good guy. One of the ponytail boys. Him and Vinny.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of the South Carolina crew was down at Best Bet, or is down at Best Bet this weekend. Kelly Joe, I saw playing on the live stream the other night.
Yeah, Kelly Joe was on the live stream playing a little PLO. He's always fun to have in the game.
Oh, Kelly Joe is great for any game. All right, Charles finds the ace-8 offsuit under the gun. Just the right time. 10 big blinds under the gun, finds an ace.
You know, you're actually happy with that right there. You know, you're under the gun. Your big blind's next. You're playing with a big blind ante. You get a hand that's a very good hand to stuff it in with, and you know, you're happy to put it in. Unfortunately, Mary picks up 2 jacks.
Wow,
But
she is card racking right now.
yep.
She is card racking. Wakes up with the jacks. Charles going to need an ace. All right, let's see. Mary can't even look. Now Charles can't look. Neither wants to watch the board.
Nobody wants to see.
King,
We're
queen,
gonna have to
5.
tell him what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Ace is all Charles needs, and it's not going to get there.
Sold up. Nobody wants to look.
Charles Johnson's going to finish in 6th place. That's $6,650.
Nice pickup, Charles.
Charles, yeah, makes another Jacksonville final table. Charles is from Georgia, but I tell you what, as much as he makes these Jacksonville final tables, you'd think he was a local. Very, very good, impressive player. Another one that we will continuously see. And then there were 5. 5 players left, leaves James Call, will be getting the biggest score of his career. Guaranteed a little over 8,000 now, $8,082 for 5th.
Nice job, James.
Matt says, I'm guessing you are streaming from AC. Yeah.
Good guess, Matt.
Yeah, able to do it from the hotel room right here.
Modern technology.
Pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. I don't get to miss a beat. Upset I didn't get to play this tournament, but at least I get to commentate it here with you folks.
It's funny. I thought I saw your name on one of the sheets, and I thought, I wonder if Eddie's still in. But obviously, that was not the wrong sheet, or not the right sheet.
Not this time. We had a big.
It's just a habit, Eddie. I always assume you're making day 2. That's all.
Well, I try to, especially in Jacksonville. You know, it's my favorite spot to play. I try not to miss any of them. There's just a lot of value up here this week. You know, so I decided to take the trip. I have a buddy that lives up here, so was able to see him too. You know, Joe. Ever since Joe moved up here.
Well, tell Joe we said hello from Jacksonville.
He's right here next to me.
Oh, hello,
Jesse,
Joe.
The boss says hello from Jacksonville.
Hey, Jesse. How's it going,
What's
boss?
up, Joe? Good to hear you.
Yeah, Joe plays here at the Borgata a lot these days. Reminded me that there's a good series coming up here, so I decided to give it a shot.
Joe, don't forget to come back down and see us, Joe. All right, look at Mary Darnell up there, chip leader, still hanging on. Joe, a little bit behind.
Yeah,
Charlie,
Joe is
Charlie,
3.
James, and James.
James called our short stack, $630K. Yeah, I'm trying to get Joe to come back for this main event next weekend. Maybe I can talk him into making that drive.
Probably a good idea. Going to be a good one.
Agreed. Going to be a great one, always is. All right, Charlie opens the cutoff. Ace-10 off. Gets the 5s to fold. James can't call with the 9 Dewey.
Nope. There's going to be some poker played here pretty soon, I think. We got some, you know, James in the 9 seat has been playing a lot of poker. He's not afraid to make a play, make a move. Mary, as we said before, can make some aggressive plays, and she's got the chip lead. And these other guys are playing poker. I mean, I expect to see some little bit of fireworks here. And who's the guy with who has 600,000? Is that the
Yeah,
one
that's
seat?
James, he's in the 9th seat.
Ninth seat.
Yeah, we need him to
Double up.
to get some more chips so we can start playing aggressively. Because when you have less than 10 bigs, there's only one move.
Yeah,
There's
going
the
all
move.
in.
Wakes up with 2 6s. Great hand here.
Yep.
He was going to be shoving a lot of hands. Luckily, he found a nice pocket pair that you can feel super comfortable with. Gets the overcards to fold in the blinds. Matt Zimmerman in the Facebook chat says, "You guys think over or under 300 entrants for the main event next weekend?" Whoa.
Over for all the money.
Yeah, I agree. We were talking about that. Best bet usually.
Yeah, it'll be over it'll be closer to 400.
Yeah, usually
it's usually in
like
the 400 range.
1.5 to 2x the guarantees, in these. So, if they guarantee 2, you can look to at least get 3, sometimes upwards of 400K. So, Matt, make the drive. That ain't very far for you, buddy. Come on down to Jack's.
CC, this is in Florida. We are in Florida. Best bet Jacksonville.
That's right, CC.
Come on down. Eddie happens to be commentating from
Atlantic City. Yeah,
Atlantic City.
I'm in an Atlantic City in a hotel room. But this is happening in Jacksonville, Florida at Best Bet. This is the Best Bet live stream. And next weekend is that main event, $1,100 buy-in down in Jack's. Just to clear up any confusion. We don't want anybody driving to AC for an 1,100 next weekend.
Actually, there is one.
Mary, 7-8 hearts. Ooh. Gonna let it go.
Let it go, yeah. Keeping her chips.
This one's gonna go check Jack.
Oh, got pair versus pair here.
Yeah, top pair versus middle pair. Look, Charlie leads right out with that top pair. Joe's going to make the call. Uh-oh, bad card for Joe. Charlie checks, Joe checks. Now Charlie bets the river, just a small 100K.
Yeah, got a little payoff.
White chip. Yeah, I would have liked to seen a bigger bet there from Charlie. That 8's a pretty good card.
Yeah.
If Joe had something like 8-9, opened it into the flop, going now he's hit, a better 2 pair, and likely to pay off 2, 3, 400K, not just the small, less than 2 big blinds, 100K bet. And that's why, like, when you're going to check that turn and lose the value of betting, if you bet big on the river, it's almost like you got 2 small streets. But when you check the turn and bet small on the river, you really just lost a lot of value.
Very true. Well, we had a little under 400 players last year, 358. I definitely would take the over of 358.
Wow, there you go, Matty. 358 last year. Jesse's calling the over of that.
Yeah. You want some action there, Matt? Want some action? I'll take the over.
Matty says, most likely he'll see us down there. So we get the ponytail boys. Throw Vinny in the back of the truck and bring him on down too.
That's right.
You throw Vinny in the back of the truck. I'm going to throw Joe in the back of the truck. We'll all go down there for the main. Matt, bring your scarf. Matt says he's the boss. I'm guessing 381. Yeah, you don't go against a guy whose nickname is the boss.
Yeah, 381. I still take the over 381 to be honest with you, but that's a pretty good line. But I think we're gonna go over that.
Wow, there you go, Matty. Jesse not afraid. He just upped it from 356 to 381, just like that.
Just like that. Well, 50% up.
All right, we got it all in here. Ace, queen, and king 10. James with the king 10. Not going to get there. James is going to finish in 5th place. Well, like we said, James picks up his biggest payday ever here, $8,082. Really becoming a staple at these Jacksonville best bet final tables.
Well, I mean, like I said, I really liked his play. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of James in the near future.
I agree. I think he's a young, hard worker. He studies. I know for a fact he studies and is looking to improve his game at every point. The fact that he made this final table, I wasn't surprised. Won't be surprised when I see him at another one. Well done, kid.
Yep. Definitely.
4 left. Then there were 4. Everyone guaranteed 10,528. So everyone's going to be profiting around 10K.
A nice couple days work.
That's real nice. James Blick, who came in as our short stack and then surged all the way to 2 million, is now our short stack once again with about 1.3. Ryan Donovan on Facebook says, I'd take the chop for 20K apiece. I wouldn't be surprised if these players considered a chop. I wouldn't be surprised at all. As a matter of fact,
I wouldn't be surprised either, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mary just elects to play because Mary comes to play. You know, it's not all about. I mean, you have to make good decisions, right? That's the whole point of everything about poker is making the best decision in the situation, and part of those decisions are whether you should chop or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. But I'll tell you what, Jesse, Mary plays a lot of tournaments. You know, I know she travels around and plays a bunch. So she knows how valuable a buy-in and a 20K score can be. I'm not saying she's definitely going to make the deal, but we did see her fold 7-8 of hearts on the button.
That's right. So you're right.
The fact that she played that one a little cautiously, a little hold on to my chipsy, would make me think that she'd be willing to make some kind of deal. And and when you're the chip leader, you can set the deal. You can set the parameters of the negotiations. You can be like, I'm not stopping unless you guys give me 25K, and then say, okay, everyone else is going to be taking 18.5, so we can get her 25. You know what I mean? Like, you have power to make those little minor changes in negotiations.
That is correct. That is correct.
Dickie Malone going to be coming down for the main event on Facebook. He says he'll be headed down.
All right, Dickie, we'll see you next weekend.
That's right. Also, Matt says James Rick Blick is his 3rd or 4th Jacksonville final table. He's from South Carolina as well. So South Carolina, heavy contingency coming down here during these best bet tournaments. Always some kind of South Carolinian at the final table.
Yes, there is.
This time it's Mr. Blick. Maddie on Facebook wanting it to be him next weekend.
Yeah, I'm always kind of a purist. I always like to play it out just because I think it's fun. It's not always the best decision, but I just assume every tournament gets played out without a deal.
Yeah, for a long time, that's how they all win. Of course, the casinos didn't really facilitate chops, and then when you do that, you got to trust the other person. That's the hard thing to do. But times they are changing, Jesse. That's I think that's kind of the old way of thinking, for lack of a better term.
Well, and you're right, and the times they are changing it, and to that point, so are the pay scales. Because of that fact, the pay scales have gotten a little bit flatter, a little bit softer. We pay out a few more people on the bottom end, and it's a little bit less of every pay jump is less drastic on the top end. In the past, in a tournament like this where first place would be much higher and second place would be half of first place.
Yeah, they'd be monsters too. Yeah,
right.
They
And
just force you to play these monster run out situations that in life you're never really in, but because you happen to be in this big giant big giant tournament,
which lends itself more to the idea of a chop, because it's just too much risk. Now with a little bit flatter pay scale, you don't really have to chop as much.
You know what I wouldn't mind seeing more, because of course everyone wants the entertainment. We like to watch the final tables. We want to watch them get shorthanded so we can see the more creative play. We want to see people take some chances. And chopping it, obviously takes away some entertainment value. So maybe a bit of a resolution for both is when you get down to these situations, the players have the ability. It's all their money. All the money left the prize pool is theirs. They can change the payouts to whatever they want, right? Like they can say, okay, well, listen, we're going to be playing for, 22K for first, 20K for second, 18K for third, 14K for fourth. Like they can basically do whatever they want, give themselves more, and that might actually give us more played out final tables. And I mean, if all the players are agreeing to it, how can it be bad, right? Because they're all coming away happy with the experience because they agree.
You mean if they agree to flatten it out more and play it out?
And play it out, yeah.
Yeah.
We get the the entertainment value really that we want.
Sure.
And they get to play it out. So we get a natural champion, natural trophy winner, and the full final table experience. And they actually get the same.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like the natural champion and the full experience, and I like it to be played out.
Yeah, that's it's not thought of all the time, but it's definitely something that I've implemented at a couple of final tables, is just changing the payout structures.
Sure. And well, as I said, we have flattened it out. We pay 12.5% of the field in all our tournaments now. It's 1 in 8 players get paid, which I think is a really good spot. I think 15% is too much. Typical in the past, it was 10% with a little bit more top heavy. Maybe that's a little too aggressive right now. I think the 12.5%, 1 in 8 players is a really good pay scale. And it kind of puts us almost in that spot where people don't need to talk about a chop. They're just more willing to play it out. But if they do, like you said, they can adjust the pay scales.
Yeah, I actually agree 100% that the 12.5% is the correct percentage to pay out.
Seems like a good sweet spot.
Yeah, to me, it's the best spot, the 12%, because obviously 15 is just a little too much. 10's not terrible, but I do like the idea of 12 better to keep a little more of the min cashers in there.
Yeah, it keeps a little more people in money.
Yeah, here this week, the Borgata has went down. They're paying like less than 9.5%. There's actually been a lot of players.
Really?
Yeah, not thrilled with that. Actually, me included, since I literally bubbled the one yesterday. I definitely
yeah, no kidding.
If they were paying just 12%, I definitely would cash. But then, yeah, they've done that a couple of years in a row up here, and apparently the players have complained each time. Yeah, that's what Matt Zimmerman on Facebook's talking about right now. Old school payouts, sub 10%.
Yeah, I mean, the old school payouts were even steeper than that, but never less than 10, or more than 10, excuse me.
Well, usually, yeah, never less than 10. I definitely have never seen less than 10. Like, we've seen some people pay out 15, and the main event has paid out some big ones, but less than 10 is kind of unheard of.
Yeah, World Series of Poker pays out 15%, and they actually have not a good pay scale in their preliminaries, and it doesn't affect the main event so much because there is so much money in there. It's a little bit different animal, but to pay out 15% in all the preliminaries is just way too much for the World Series of Poker. And not only do they pay out so much with 15%, but they try to make it top heavy and pay out 15%, which means they take it all from the middle, you know.
It really leads for super shallow pay jumps as well.
Yeah,
a lot of times you're not playing for much, but hundreds of spots can go by, and like the difference between busting 100 places can be like one buy-in or less, less even, a percentage of a buy-in.
And I am also saying that as somebody that was affected by the 15% pay scale in what I thought was a negative fashion. I took 16th in a tournament that had 300 plus people, and it paid 45 spots, and I just did a little bit more than double my
by getting all the way to 16th.
By buying at 16th. And then I thought, I didn't think of it much, and I got home and I thought, I didn't really win that much money in that tournament. And I put the numbers in every pay scale I've ever seen, and felt like I should have got a lot more.
Yeah, I agree. When you beat out, or you finish in the top 5% of the field, you should get more than
it was a $3,000 buy-in, and I got 6,800 for 16th place with 300 players plus.
Yeah, that definitely seems a little low. Mary picking up the queens again, card racking.
Yeah.
By the way, James Call, our 6th place finisher, or excuse me, our 5th place finisher for $8,082, just entered the Facebook chat. He said GG, which in the poker world we know means good game.
Yeah.
Good game to you, sir. Well done.
That's right. Well played, James. I mean, I said it before. He probably wasn't listening, but James played very well, and I expect to see a lot more of him definitely in the near future at these final tables.
Yeah, I think James definitely wasn't able to hear what we said before, but I think you were one of the ones going for the win, which, that's what we want to see up here. I think you played well, ran into a couple of tough spots. I'm most certainly going to see you at many final tables in the future. Blind versus blind here. Charlie's going to lead right out with the 8-9.
Take it down.
I like it. Charlie's going to try to take control of this thing.
Yeah, a lot of times you see that happen. You get down to a spot here and nobody does anything, and one person decides finally to put the gas pedal down a little bit and take control over the table, and they're in a spot where everybody wants to ladder up. So if you get somebody that wants to take control over it, they can really add to their chip stack a lot.
Absolutely. There's only 3 other players you're playing four-handed, so if you find that the 3 they're playing passive, you can just pick up chip after chip after chip. Especially in a situation right here where Joe and James are kind of the 2 short stacks,
right?
Fighting it out to outlast each other. One of them, in theory, if they bust 4th and 3rd, one of them's going to get 15,000 and one of them's going to get 10,000. That's a big jump. So the 5K just to outlast the other. So they're playing their own little heads-up game while they're in 3rd and 4th position. They're actually playing against each other. And the big stacks should know this and take advantage of that and really put as much pressure on them as they can, knowing that they're playing that game about who can last longer. So they're playing a 5K,
and that's a good way to put it, saying that they're playing their own little heads-up match. It's a very good way to put it.
High stakes game of who can last longer, who can make this 10 big blind stack last longer. James with Ace King is going to say, okay, let's put them all in. Joe opens button Ace 4. And there they go.
There they go. Joe's going to have to Hollywood here for a little bit, and then he's going to have to let the ace-4 go.
Yeah, the ace-4 is just really.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
No, he called.
Whoa, he calls.
I don't hate the raise there on the button, by the way, with the ace-4. I don't hate that at all.
Yeah, I think the raise is absolutely standard. We have
Yep.
to raise the button with ace-4, but it's really one of the worst hands we can call with because they're shoving better aces just all the time.
Yep.
It's usually just completely dead. And actually, James didn't even have ace-king. James had
two
king.
Well, a little misread on the ace-king would have been. I mean, king was actually a better hand than expected for to call with ace-4, but
yeah, either way, he was left with
either way.
we're hitting one of his 3 outs. And I tell you what, James is a card rack as well. We've seen him pick up queens, kings now. And there you go, the battle of the two, or excuse me, the two shorties. Now James takes a commanding lead.
Wonder if we can get hey Wes, you got a chip count for us at all?
Yeah, I'll get it on after this.
Yeah, looks like Joe's going to be left with 1.3. James now 2.1. So they do a bit of a flip flop. Joe did have the advantage. Joe's a solidified short stack of this final 4. Mary's going to limp in, 6-4 suited. These two big stacks shouldn't want to tangle too much. Charlie checks the king 4, ace 8-8. First one to bet's going to take this one down. Charlie going to fire that turn. Mary going to quickly let the 6 high go. Matt says his king's been registering as aces or just one-off misread. I think it was just a one-off.
There we go. Charlie's now in the lead. Mary Darnell in a close second.
Yeah,
Charlie's hanging there at 21, and Joe 13 bigs. Anybody's game still here.
Charlie's battled and finally taken the chip lead here. James picking up ace king. Premium after premium. Wow, he's counting out a big raise here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary to go that much, but not that he's ever going to fold. So does it matter if you go a little heavy?
Yeah, I mean, 5x is too much. We're at 100,000 big blind. The short stack's in the big blind with 1.1 million. I'd like to raise a little bit and hope that the short stack shoves so I can snap them off with my ace king. The 5x is saying I'm not folding my hand ever.
Right.
So you're going to need a pretty monster hand to be shoving.
Maybe a 3x would have been good there at the most.
Yeah, even smaller. Yeah, like just I want to induce action with a hand as strong as ace king.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, really, our open sizes shouldn't change too much ever, because you want to stay as balanced as you can, but there are certain scenarios, especially shorthanded, where you can take advantage of different sizing. But in that scenario, I definitely would have wanted to induce a shove from short stack big blinds instead of kind of pricing them out. Like when you make it half their stack, you can never flat pre-flop, so he has to have some kind of hand that he's willing to go all in with and knows you're calling because you already got half the chips in.
I know a lot of people will come up with a raise amount for every round, and they will not deviate just to be deceptive. They will, okay, we're playing, $100 big blind. I am going to raise to 3x every single time, no matter what. It's going to be 300,000, or it's going to be 250, no matter what, every single time, regardless of what I have. And I don't disagree that that's not a good play to go throughout the tournament with a specific opening raise number. for every level. However, that's not at all the way I play. At all. I think it's fine if somebody wants to do that to avoid giving away strength or weaknesses, but I don't play that way at all. I vary my raises consistently.
Well, I'll tell you where that comes from. Just really the strategy is as a whole, and I'll tell you at the lower levels you can get away with it a lot more because not many people are paying attention. But when you start playing these bigger buy-ins or higher stakes, and you're playing with players that are watching everything you're doing,
Right.
it ends up becoming a massive leak because they're
By
able
varying your raise range. Yeah.
They know the tendencies. Here's the thing: you're just like everyone else.
Sure.
So when you think, oh, you know what, I have pocket jacks, I definitely want to 4x this one, especially because the big stack is the big blind is the big stack. Like that's a natural thing that you think. The problem is it's a natural thing that a high percentage of poker players think, and that's what and the great poker players know what the majority of the people think because they play against them all the time. So you doing something thinking they don't know how I play can be completely wrong because you're playing, on the average, and they know what the average person is doing, and once they know certain things like that, they can exploit it terribly. They can, there's so many ways they can exploit it with all different types of hands and scenarios, and you really can get yourself into a lot of trouble against great players. Now, against people that aren't paying attention, obviously those things work much easier. Had a big hand here between Joe and Charlie. Charlie just has the queen high flush draw, and Joe had the king high flush draw and a pair.
King deuce is good.
Yeah, Joe's going to double up.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Eddie, and that's why the theory of picking a raise size and going with it no matter what is a very good idea, especially when you're playing against extremely tough players.
Yeah, it's really a must. Like, if you're at a table with a bunch of people that are paying attention and they're actually looking for things to exploit, like that's
sure.
When you're playing these good players, they're hoping that there's any kind of information you can give them that they can use. So when you start varying the size of your raises, I mean, that's really the telltale sign of, okay, this person has a leak. Let me find it out. If you consistently do the same thing, use the same size at each blind level, at each open, at each and you just add on a one big blind per limper, so it's all uniform the entire tournament. There's just less to get. There's just less to.
Yeah,
there's less info for them to use, which is really a tool. You not giving them info is a weapon. The more mistakes. It's like people who talk. The more they talk, the more information you're going to give a good player. You really want to play the best against a good player. Don't speak to them. Like, don't give them any information. It's kind of under those same lines.
Right, and I think that's good advice for pretty much 90% of the players, or more to take. I mean, as I said, I don't always play that way. There are times when I'll say, all right, I'm just going to pick a raise and go with it this level, and then I'll vary at other levels. But it may be a leak in my game, playing against certain players, because you're right. You see two jacks against a big blind. You think I'm gonna 4x it here, and they're gonna pick up that read.
And I think, and there's gonna be situations where, let's say you 4x it with jacks, and I'm in the big blind, and I picked up on that tell, that little very subtle tell that you're 4x it, but I've seen you 3x it just last orbit. You 3x it from a very similar position, but now you're 4.5xing it. So I'm like, okay, well, his hand's probably stronger now, because that's usually what the average poker player is doing in this spot. When they size up, they're trying to protect their bigger equity hands. When they size down, they're just trying to kind of build the pot in case they hit. It's just kind of how they think. So now I'm in the big blind in a spot where, let's say you 3x'd it or 2.5x it like you did before, maybe in the big blind I 3-bet you, with whatever I have. Maybe I choose king 6 offsuit and I 3-bet you. But now that you 4x'd it, I'm never 3-betting you, because you use this bigger sizing. that I can tell is a different sizing than you used before. So the chances of me making that mistake against you, I'm eliminating it. You don't even know that you made that mistake. I could just fold the big line and you think, oh well, they had nothing. Or you can even think my 4x worked. Didn't
Right.
raise me or
When
didn't
in
call.
reality it was a mistake.
Yeah, you actually missed out on a prime opportunity where you could have made some chips. Jamie in the Facebook chat says, but don't you adjust the raise size if there's action in front of you, or are you just talking about opening pots? Yeah, I'm basically talking about just your open size when no one else has came in. So just your pre-flop open, but your sizing can maintain structure even with limps. So if there's two limpers, you can just add on those two limpers, and
Right.
so
You could
add
add a
two.
bet for every
Yeah,
limper.
add a big blind per limper. A lot of people do that, but of course things change when someone opens to a certain number.
Yeah, that changes it.
Because
Yeah,
that can change the sizing, and obviously position as far as being out of position or in position. Those,
oh, look
those
at this.
size those sizes can change.
Joe just made a big call against Mary here with second pair, picks up a big pot. They're going to redistribute the chips even more.
Wow, Joe's made his second big call of the night against Mary.
Yeah, it was a big call. It was a good play by Mary. She tried to run those eights through. Didn't put Joe on an ace, and she was right.
Look at that. Now Joe's up at the leaderboard. He was just our short stack.
Yeah.
2 hands later, he's chip leader. Now, I mean, this at this point, it's anyone's game. Chips are flying.
Yeah.
We're not even paying attention. Talking about pre-flop opens. These guys are just getting all in every third hand.
Is he supposed to say when the tournament's been rolled on? You're not talking about it.
Bunch of spades out here. Blind versus blind.
Mary
raises.
just slipped. Oh no, she did raise.
Yeah, she 4x'd it here from the small blind. King 6 deuce.
Mary's almost a little bit tilted here, and she's going to get lucky that she's doing it at a time when she's not going to get called. Maybe she's firing a little bit heavy with that ace 10. Maybe not. I mean, maybe that's just a good play.
I think she checked. I think Charlie actually bet, and she
Really?
calls. Charlie underbet 300. She opened to 400 pre. She checks. He bets 300 on the flop. She calls. Now she leads 400 on the turn. I don't know what the heck's going on.
I don't know what the heck. I don't know what happened there, Eddie. I don't know what happened there. Mary just won a big pot, and it looks like we're going to break.
Going to break.
All right, 15-minute break. We'll be back. 4-handed playing for 32,000, guys.
All right, guys, we are rejoining action here shortly. Coming back from the final break of this event number 1, 360 no limit hold'em, 100K guaranteed prize pool tournament. There was some discussion during the break about a potential chop, and they decided they wanted to keep playing. So we're going to power on through here. Four-handed play. Next player eliminated is going to get $10,528.
So no chop. I thought there was a chance we'd come back and they'd have a deal made.
They got very close. They asked for some ICM numbers and just couldn't come to an agreement.
I like it. Let's see who wins. Maybe they'll play the whole thing out. Maybe they're or maybe they're waiting for one to drop so they can get a certain number apiece. Looks like there's about 80 left, 80K. One drop, they all get a little bit over 25. Right now, they'd all get about 20.
Oh, we got an all in here.
Yep, blind versus blind. Easy shove for Charlie there, 2 sevens.
We are going to miss some of that conversation about Chop Talk. Unfortunately, our audio from the table isn't working, but we'll try to fill it in as best we can.
No problem. I got plenty to say.
They were talking about chopping and playing it out for the trophy. You have you been in that spot before?
Oh yeah, plenty. You know, a lot of times players will. A lot of times when they're heads up at the end of a tournament, they'll come up with a deal, but leave, you know, say 5K, you know, whatever it is, and play that for a saver. Like leave a little saver so the trophy be winner gets trophy in 2K, 1K, you know, whatever you make the deal for. Instead of the big distance between first and second, they get a closer number to match each other, and they play for a little more and the trophy. Kind of, you know, allows you to relieve some stress. Allows you to play a little more free. You're not worried about making this giant financial decisions, which is what it comes down to. You know, deep in a tournament when you're playing, the difference between first and second, like tonight, the difference between first and second is seconds 23,000, first 32. So first was almost 33. So about 10K difference. You know, like when are you gonna have a 10K flip? Like you got to be playing in a monster cash game to get into a 10K flip. You know, but at the end of a $360 tournament, you can really be making 10K flips, 10K decisions. So to cut down on that super high variance, you know, you can chop it up to where, you know, when you play for 2K, it's a 2K flip. You know, so I've been a part of all kinds of chops. I'm a proponent of whatever the best deal is. If you can somehow get a really good deal, then a chop is good, because you know if you can get more than you're expected to get, like that's great. And you do that every single time. There's no way that can be bad for you. You know, but I also understand the people that don't ever want to chop, because I do think there's some value in gaining the experience, you know, of playing a tournament out. Because when else do you play 3-handed, 4-handed, 5-handed, and heads up? Like especially if you're just a tournament player, you almost never get to these scenarios. So when you do, it is good to make use of the experience that you can gain. Looks like that's what they want to do here. I know definitely Miss Mary, James Blick, and Charlie play a lot of poker. I don't know.
Well, especially just heads up play when it comes to tournament action. You rarely get to that point. So if you can make it, then it's super valuable information and experience to get.
Oh yeah, when you get like whoever gets heads up here, you know, let's say the average person has played 300 hands of heads up for like for actual real stakes, not just playing with your significant other on the kitchen table at home, but playing for real money, live stream heads up. It's a tough situation to get to. So if you can somehow always do it every time, and never make the chop, you can have a huge experience edge on the person, and that's a big that's a big advantage. If you've played 1,000 hands heads up in meaningful situations, and someone else has only played 100, 200, that's a big edge. They got a lot of making up to do when you can feel much more comfortable because been there, done that type scenario. Whereas if you just chop every single one, you don't have that. You'll be the one, where the other person has the advantage against you.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody this weekend we have the Winter Series main event, $1,100 buy-in. Flights on Friday and Saturday. 11 a.m. starts on both those days. 25,000 in chips, 40-minute levels. Day 2 action starts on Sunday at 11 a.m. And we're going to be streaming the final table of that one here on Best Bet Live as well.
Yeah, another good one. Don't miss it. That one will be even bigger payouts than this one. It's like folded around here. It's like Charlie folded an ace on the button. This is folded to Joe in the small blind. He folds to 10-5. James, our short stack's going to get a walk.
And in case anybody's interested, we do have one more mega satellite into that main event. It's going to be this Thursday, 6 p.m. start, 260 buy-in, 20 seats guaranteed into that main event.
More great value. There you go. You can get into that tournament where you can win $100,000. You can get in for $260.
Even less, you can win a high hand into that.
Yeah, you can get in for free really. Yeah, you
way
can
to 100K.
come and sit down for $40 at 2-2 limit, win a high hand into the satellite, ship the satellite, play the tournament, bag the chip lead, make the final table, go to day 3, ship it, change your life. Boom. That's the dream.
That is the dream.
That's everyone's dream. Sounds so easy.
I think they're discussing another chop scenario here.
Definitely has that feel, doesn't it? I know we can hear no words, but oh yeah, here we go. Sean.
Oh, there's Sean.
Sean is coming in with the numbers. They're going to get this bad boy done. You can tell they're not. They're knitting it up here. No one's looking to make the big mistake. They want their nice little Sean.
I mean, I can see into the future. I just don't want to ruin it for anybody.
I guess that's one of that's one of the perks I lose from being there is I don't get to have the spoiler knowledge. I have to wait it out just like everyone else. Dang it.
But yeah, that is indeed what they're talking about right now, getting the numbers ironed out. As soon as I can get those, I'll let you know what they're talking about as far as numbers. So they are chopping, but they are going to continue playing for the glory than with that trophy.
All right, so we're going to see a little more freewheeling and dealing. Are they playing for any money, or is it just for the trophy?
I believe it's just the trophy.
All right, I like that. I like it. Gotta get these guys feeling real loosey-goosey if all they're playing for is the hardware, and that means getting second and third means nothing, so they will be able to go for the win.
You have a couple. You have a couple pieces of hardware from us, though, don't you?
Oh yeah, I love my best bet trophy collection. I'm looking to add some more. It's been a while since I've thrown one up there. Actually, you
Definitely
know
have to
what?
get you one.
For a long time, best bet would change the style of the trophies. You know, like they used to be like these little eggs, and then they got a little bigger. Then they turned into like the little diamonds. So they've had all different types. But for now, it looks like they've settled in on that diamond with just like the best bet diamond on the little plaque. Uh, so now I'm just having a few of the same trophy. Doesn't feel, you know, I kind of like the getting a new shape every time.
Whoa, too bad Jesse fell asleep.
I'm back. I'm back, boys. I'm back.
Oh,
What did I miss?
Well, that was perfect timing.
That was perfect
Yeah.
timing. You guys, I jumped in and I literally didn't hear anything other than too bad Jesse fell asleep.
Yeah, we're talking about the trophies and how they used to be different. You know, they used to be different shapes and sizes each
Yeah.
one, like each series, and now they're all the standard ones. So now the only difference in the trophies is just the words.
So is that kind
J
of
on the
is that
plaque.
kind of just a little bit of a sick brag, like you want to have multiple trophies?
Yeah, there's a sick brag in there somewhere, but I wouldn't be saying it if not, right?
That's right.
We just seen the handshakes. It definitely looks like they came to some
Yeah.
deal with sitting it out. I think they're playing for just a trophy. That's what got us on that conversation.
so I'll step out and get those exact numbers for us if you guys want to
Yeah,
Yes,
you
sir.
got
keep on talking.
We,
They're gonna keep playing, definitely.
we got it. Jesse just woke up, so he's well rested.
it. Well, rest. Hey, I was switching the laundry and keeping up with didn't realize break was already over.
I like it. I like it. That's that with the remote. You can dual task.
That's right. Dual task, multitask. I will say this about the trophy. We are probably going to be changing up our trophy here in
Oh.
the not too distant future.
There you go. So you better, if you want one of these, you better hurry up and win one.
Better hurry up and win one of these now because it's going to be something else.
All right. So there's a big raise from James on the button here. 2 9s.
I like
King
it.
deuce. Yeah. So yeah, now that we know that they're playing for just a trophy, we're definitely gonna see them open it up. And actually, it's kind of good for the viewer. You're gonna see, like, whoever goes for the win the most here, who really tries for it, it's likely gonna be the person that wins it.
Yeah,
Like,
who wants it more, right? Who wants it more?
That's what you see in poker tournaments. It's really hard to do it in the moment because the ICM implications and how much second and third and fourth get paid all play a role. But if you just cut it down to black and white, you see the person who's going for it, trying to win the tournament. A lot of times they win the tournament.
You're right. I watched a WPT event a long time ago, several years ago, and it was Elke. Elke was playing. He was at the final table, and he totally owned the final table to the point where he just started raising every hand because nobody wanted to play.
Yep.
And he would even show it. He would raise with nothing and everybody would fold. He showed his hand. He's like, come on, guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's play.
Somebody do something.
And everybody was afraid to put chips in the pot because of the ICM implications and everything like that. So he just kept his foot full throttle on the gas, and he said, "Okay, I'll win this tournament," and he did.
Yep, and then, I mean, if you think about it purely as a math equation and statistically, and take the emotion out of it, it's actually more profitable to play that way than it is to play the quote unquote less risky way of playing tight, right? Because if you do the simulation over 1,000 times, you win first so many more times than you would just by playing tight. It's really hard to win a tournament by playing tight. Now, granted, people have won tournaments by playing tight before, and they do, and it happens, but it's much more difficult than it is by not. So
Right.
winning so much more, you feel like each and every hand you're at risk. Oh, I put myself at risk every single hand I'm opening. but you're putting yourself at minimal risk a lot of times, which is actually minimizing your overall risk, right? Because you're actually winning more. You're actually taking a bigger risk by playing so tight. You know, it's a weird catch-22 spot, but you kind of just have to get over those emotions.
That's very true. It's tough to get over the emotions when the money is involved. And it wouldn't necessarily be a bad strategy to play a little bit tighter and a little closer to the vest until you get in the money and then start to open it up so you can go for the win.
Oh, absolutely. There's times where it's right to snug it up,
Yeah.
and right before the money bubble is one of those times. Absolutely, that's a big pay jump from 0 to whatever the min cash is. It's hard to get that big a pay jump until you get down to the final table.
And you're right. Here we go. Joe went all in, and Charlie quickly called with an ace. So we got a one ace against a pair.
Yeah, Charlie's going to need an ace to stay around. Joe has him covered. And a river, slow river, deuce. Not going to do it.
No,
Charlie.
So I do have numbers for you guys.
All right, here we go.
They did a chip chop here. So James taking the least amount, 15,592. Charlie, who you just got eliminated there, he's walking away with 17,592.
Nice.
Mary's going to get 23,793. And Joe is going to get 24,293.
And that's an interesting chop, and I think it's a very fair and good chop. And Mary and Joe got more than second place money.
Yeah, that's fantastic for Mary and Joe. 4 left, they get second place money.
Take it.
Yeah, James, who was the short stack, likely, in most results gets fourth, the most amount of time, which would have been 10K. He actually gets to pick up third place money. So I think that's a pretty good finish. If you average out third every time you're fourth of 4, finishing third is pretty strong. So, he basically gets third place money. Charlie, who was one double up from James away from being the short stack himself, gets a little better than third place money. Yeah, I like it. I think everyone made out.
A good fair chop for everybody. They play for the title of the trophy.
Again, this is a $360 tournament, so these guys are, getting a really big payday, over 50 buy-ins.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you consider it's a $360 tournament, that is a very big payday for everybody.
Yeah, it's huge. This is what's great about these tournaments here at Best Bet. This is $100K guaranteed. That picked up 172,000. That's 172,000 is a giant prize pool, especially for a $360 tournament. You're having one next week that's 200,000, and it's an $1,100 tournament. And this one almost got the 200,000, and it's a third of the price. It's just it's a great field, over 500 players, makes for these big first place, which turns people turning $300 into 15,000. 3 of them. We saw 4 of it. 4 players turned $300 to 15,000, just like that.
Yep.
But again, using my crystal ball here, looking into the future, we still have plenty of poker to go as these guys play for that trophy. So still lots more action to talk about.
Great news, Wes.
Yeah, great news, Wes. Even better news, Joe picks up 2 queens, and James has ace-6 going all in.
Ramming and jamming. Here we go.
Ramming and jamming. That's what we like to see.
James is our short stack. 1.4. Joe with the queens is going to need to fade an ace. Oh, there's the ace.
There's the ace. As typical with this final table, the short stack all-in player doubles up again.
Yep, Wes teased that one a little for us there.
Way to go, Wes.
I had a feeling there was going to be an ace somewhere on that board.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one, guys.
Yeah. Well, we're going the distance now. We've come too far.
Yeah, they're playing it out for the hardware. I know And Miss Mary, she doesn't want. She ain't gonna want to give up that trophy.
No, she wants the trophy and the picture and the glory. I don't blame her.
So we did have people asking earlier what our next series is going to be. You said it's going to be the WPT Deep Stacks in March.
Correct. Our next series after this one goes through this week, and this weekend is a main event. And then our next series will be in March, will be the WPT Deep Stacks, the 20th through the 30th of March. And it's a similar series to this one with a few different events, a few added events, and a little bit bigger main event.
Nice, very nice. That heads up between Miss Mary and Joe here. Joe just goes all in. Flops a 6 with 5-6. Not looking to play any pots.
Don't take that, Mary.
I like it.
Call it or don't.
He's gonna win this thing. That's what he's trying to do.
That's right.
He's got a lot of chips. He's just gonna make them make decisions for their stack. If they fold, he's just gonna pick up every one of those pots.
And every one of those pots adds up to a lot of chips.
Yep. And a trophy at the end. All right, another blind versus blind situation. Joe with Queen 10. Big raise, 500K. Well, Jack 7 suited for James. Not good enough.
So our next live stream is going to be Wednesday night. It's going to be the 22nd. 2-5 no limit hold'em deep game. If you want to get on the interest list for that, you can send your information to sagec@bestbetjacks.com. SAIGEC@bestbetjacks.com. Usually a pretty good game.
You know, the 2-5 deep is a very good game to watch on the live stream. It's especially for educational value. It's pure, real, everyday poker.
Yeah, I really like the 2-5 deep. I was telling Dustin actually anytime they run that 2-5 deep and I'm in town, I'll definitely play.
You're on the list, Eddie. You're on.
Yeah, definitely. Let me know.
And it's cool.
That's one thing I like about our streams. It's relatable to people. You know, it's fun to get these big tournaments and the bigger games and all, but to get the games that everyday people can watch and say, like, oh, I can go in and play that. It's not only, you know, good to get people to watch that, but also to get people, you know, interested and want to come in and play because they can say, hey, I can sit and play with all those guys right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can literally be at your house watching a game, decide that you want to go buy into that game and go buy into it and on the screen, 20 minutes later. And not be crazy. Like you got 2-2, 2-5, you got PLO, Hold'em.
And it's a really good educational tool just to be able to go back and watch all these games.
100%. Every one of my final tables that I've made where they had the live stream, I went back and watched, and usually it's on. I started on the drive home that night. Like I want to see everything.
That quick.
Yeah, like all of. Honestly, even sometimes when I commentate, I'll turn my commentating on so I can judge myself commentating.
I'm not going to lie. I have watched the live stream. I put it on my phone, and I put my phone on my dashboard, kind of see right through my steering wheel.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that's good advice to anybody.
Exactly. But I've done the exact same thing. Set it right there and just listen to my voice on the way home.
I mean, I'm usually stuck in traffic anyway, so
It's productive, right?
yeah,
Using your time wisely. You could hear something and be like, okay, I'm not saying that anymore.
that's right. Always working.
Yep. Always looking to improve, no matter what.
And it is nice that we have these live streams. We live stream the little tournaments, the big tournaments, the charity tournaments, the 2-5s, the 2-2s, the all different types of sizes of games, and give everybody an opportunity. And it gives you, as somebody who's trying to educate themselves in the ways of poker, you want to see real, everyday, ordinary, average poker. You watch the 2-5 game. I mean, 99.9% of the people that play poker in the world are playing 2-5 or less, right?
Yep. 100%.
So if you want to learn how to play against those people, those are the games you need to watch. Now, it's fun when we have a high roller tournament and we're watching Alex Foxen and Joe McKean and Sean Winter and these, the best of the best in the world play poker. And it's really cool to watch them play. And if I definitely gain information from that as well, but you have to keep that into perspective and keep into perspective what they're playing for, how much the buy-in is, and who they are, because they're going to play differently. And when you just play in a standard 2-5 game, the play is going to be not anywhere near the same style or caliber. So to watch a 2-5 no limit hold'em game is probably your best educational tool that you could have.
I agree 100%. Actually, it's a common issue with a lot of players that are studying and looking to get better. Is they're studying really good content as far they're studying high rollers and how these high rollers are playing and how they're playing each other, and they're trying to apply those strategies into their everyday local games when no one's playing that way, right? So the things that are working against high rollers aren't necessarily going to work against the people that you're playing because, just to break it down simply, the smaller the game, the less people are folding, right? Because it's the smaller the game. And 2-5 and 2-2 are the absolute lowest live limits anyone can play. They're the lowest. So that's when you have the least folding. That's when you have the least theory optimal play as well. A lot of strategies are basing it off, staying balanced and trying to play against another an opponent who's playing balance as well, and how you cannot be exploited. But really low limit any poker is all exploits. No one is worried about remaining balanced, and everyone's playing a style that is easily exploited. So really, there's way more exploitive play in low limits than high limits, right? Because in high limits, it's better to be technically sound with your theory, and which is always good to be sound with your theory. But in low limits, it's really behooves you. The better you are instinctually and exploitively, the better you're going to do in the low limits for sure. And what you get with the live streams is just like you said, is exactly that. Like you see 6-way pots, you see a lot of limping, you see a lot of passivity. You just and that's what these games are. When you go walk into best bet and you see four 2-5s running, these games are running like this. They're not running like the poker after dark episode you saw last night. That's not how. That's not how
they're not going to play that way.
That's not how these games look once you jump in them.
No. And you have to recognize that if you can't recognize that and you jump into a little 2-5 game or a 2-2 game, and you think everybody's going to play like the live stream you saw last night where they were playing 1 and 200 no limit hold'em, you are sadly mistaken. It's just not going to work out that way.
Yeah, you can't. You're not gonna pull off the crazy 4-bet knowing the guy can fold his pocket jacks because of course you have to have a monster. No, they're not thinking when they got pocket jacks. They say the word call because you don't say the word fold with pocket jacks. You know, like that.
No, you don't say the word fold with pocket jacks, and usually they don't have enough big blinds in it to actually make a fold be correct anyway.
Right, exactly. There's so many different variables. So I think it's definitely a great study tool. And I mean, I'm sure you have seen this, but even some of these really great poker training coaches are using the best bet footage in their content. You know,
Yeah, that's right.
they're combing through hours of best bet live streams, finding these hands and making their own videos breaking down what's happening in past best bet live stream hands, which is which really lets you know, of course, this is what's happening. They're using this for their training material. So if it's, I mean, it's they're using it for training material. It's obviously training material. You can do that yourself, and you can actually play the players that you're watching. Like you can study guys. You know, if you play 2-2, you can put the 2-2 on, and you can study 20, 30, 40 guys that have played on the live stream.
Yep.
Same thing with 2-5, and then all the way up to 5-10-25. 5-10-25, them guys are playing for a lot of money. If you're playing for that much money, it would really behoove you to watch all the live streams, watch all the players, get as much information on them as you can. Pick up any tendencies, any possible little leaks of information that you can, because what you're seeing on
It's all
footage, it's what they're doing. Like you get to see their whole cards, you get to see how they play. How often do they bluff? Do they use scare cards? Like, you know, are they just knitting it up? Are they playing pretty ABC? Or are they going out on a limb? Do they bluff too much? Do you need to make more calls against this person? You know, they're just YouTube free content can really make you money.
I hope everybody's taking notes on what he's been saying all night.
I mean, those are some great points. Phenomenal educational points by the one and only Eddie Marsowski.
That's what I use myself. This is what I do. I scour YouTube constantly looking for things. You know, I have paid subscriptions for memberships of different training sites as well, but that doesn't mean that there's not free stuff out there to get to. These are, I mean, I have a notebook at home. I've actually sat down and watched best bet live streams and taken notes, you know, and at any time I can go back and reference those notes. And that, you know, that's just how could that not be good to have? Players that I play against, watching how they play, how could that not be profitable for my future?
It can only be good.
Yeah.
You're also doing some coaching yourself, aren't you, Eddie? You're coaching some players. Anybody wants to get coached by the man himself, they can do that. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. I offer one-on-one tournament coaching, specializing in best bet tournaments. Of course, that's my bread and butter. If anyone's interested in hearing further details, just hit me up on Facebook. That's my name, of course. I'm easily accessible and will respond quickly, and we can discuss it. I definitely think I have a lot to offer to anyone trying to improve their tournament poker game. And as far as best bet goes, really, I think you know, I'm the one to talk to as far as improving and succeeding at best bet, because I feel like
it's definitely your home court.
Yeah, that's where I've played the majority of my poker, and I feel I do, you know, among the best as far as tournaments go. And it could really help. Not only, I mean, I've helped a bunch of people. Like I have friends, and you know, we've all helped each other. So I mean, I've seen it. I have other students that have really, just in these past 6 or 8 months that I've been doing it, you know, have seen a lot of improvements and success and results that, you know, possibly would not have came, or at least not as quickly, had we not got the ball rolling. So definitely, if we want to make money in this game, you gotta put money in, and you gotta really study. There's really no way to try to win money and improve if you're not actively doing so. Just playing isn't enough. Back in the day, it may have been, because the games are so easy, but the games are getting tougher. more and more people are studying. You want to stay ahead of the curve, you got to study too.
So when are you going to make the jump into Omaha, Eddie?
Man, I talk about that with my friends all the time. It's getting so popular, and there's so much money in it. For some reason, I'm holding strong to hold them. It may not be long though, because I see the appeal.
It's good to be a well-rounded player in general. Now there's something to be said to be a specialist no matter what form it is. And if you are a specialist, Hold'em, No Limit Hold'em would be the best game to be a specialist in because there are the most games available
Right.
around the country, the most tournaments, most everything. But
Yeah. Certainly value in learning the other games and not being able to branch out. And I think it kind of really speaks if you can be really proficient in multiple games. It kind of speaks to how good you are as just a general poker player,
yeah, I
right?
think
Like,
so.
yeah, exactly. Like, there's just if these guys that are beating all the games, these guys that have multiple bracelets in different games, I mean, they're great poker players. Like, they didn't learn one of them. They're just, you set them down with other men with little cards with numbers in front of them. They find a way to have the most. You know what I mean? Like, that's what poker is. It's not learning shelf charts and strategies and you know the technically that like you need some. If you can find yourself beating multiple games, that's because you have some kind of poker instincts that make you a great poker player.
Yep.
Not saying that solely Hold'em players aren't great poker players, because I'm absolutely sure there's tons of them, and that just don't branch out. But I think like if you find yourself having success in multiple games, you can solidify yourself as a great poker player. That's really the truth. Stand back in the day, honestly, people played more games. For Hold'em got so popular, it kind of took over for a little bit. But like you said, PLO's branching out. I was really hoping short deck was going to catch on. I was really going to jump into that, but it kind of lost its gusto. At least for now. Maybe in the future it comes back and makes a resurgence. But it seems like kind of why PLO is popular because you get two more cards, a lot more action. It seems like short deck is the same by taking away cards. Taking away the small cards in the deck. It gives you a lot more action. So I felt that would be it would take off and gain popularity, but it kind of fizzled.
I was very surprised that it just died out here. There was a lot of excitement for it, and like you said, it adds to the action. Did you get a chance to play very much?
Yeah, I played the first one, the first ever short deck tournament in North America was held right here at Best Bet. Um, I can't exactly remember when, but I actually made that final table, and I really, I was just like you was thinking that it was going to take off at Best Bet and everywhere. And then I played another time when they had it on the live stream. I played the short deck cash, and then after that, the tournaments just started not to run. I you show up and there were like 6 people to reg, so they just after a while they just wouldn't even run the tournament. And that happened everywhere, not just here at Best Bet. It's happened all over. It tried to it tried to become in and get popular, and now you really can't find it anywhere. But maybe it'll come back. Maybe somehow how these trends work, it'll just somehow get started up somewhere again and catch some steam.
We got Quentin here on Facebook asking, "What's a good tournament poker guide to buy?" Do you have any insight into that?
Tournament poker guide to buy. No, I mean, as far as like readable content, there's all the good books that I could say, but I think really, if you really want to improve find yourself one of these training sites. Would do some research about what all they offer because everyone's different. Everyone learns differently, and even actually they all even have like YouTube samples for you to actually see what you're gonna some of the small content that you're gonna see. So I would research that pretty diligently and find out what we feel is going to work best for you because they're all different. I have no idea which one's better than what. I have ones that I like and ones that I feel, like the website is kind of constructed easier for me to navigate and me to learn in the ways that I like to learn. But that may be different from others. People learn differently, visually, audibly, all kinds of different ways. So I would just do some research, find you one of those paid subscription websites, training sites, and pay for it. That's it. If you want to get better, you're gonna have to put some money into it. The free stuff is great, and you can scour YouTube and watch as many free as much free content as you can. And there's a lot, and there's a lot of good content. But it would be really good to find a core group of the two or three guys and listen to everything they have to say because they go over a lot of it. You don't have to sporadically jump around and say, yeah, well, I heard this from this guy, I saw this from this guy. A lot of that can be contradicting and really just leave you right where you started. But dropping some money, getting a subscription to one of these training sites, it's really invaluable. Like the prices they pay, even like $1,000 for a year, let's say. How much money that's going to make you on an actual poker table is invaluable. It's way more than $1,000, and not only it's going to change the rest of your poker career. $1,000 is going to make you better for the eternity of your poker life. Like you can't say like there's no like bad price to pay for that. So fork over the money and get better. Looks like Joe tried to bust James with the 8-5 and couldn't beat the Jack-10, so James is going to double up again.
Gotten pretty good at that tonight.
Short stack continues. I really like Joe. Joe's over 5 men, and he's just trying to get this thing over with. Just called the all-in with the 8-5.
You had a pair, short-handed. It's hard to make a pair.
I think they got it all in pre-flop. Yeah.
Well, suited semi-connectors,
Oh yeah. Listen. They're playing for like a $15 item. I mean, I understand the real significance of the trophy. Because obviously the symbol of an accomplishment, but there's no money in play right now. So there's just I don't know if anyone can actually play the same as they would if the $10,000 and $12,000 pay jumps were still on the line here. There's loosey goosey freewheeling. Like I said, really it behooves someone to go and try to win and go crazy and just try to win these runouts and put the pressure on because there's no money for third, there's no money for second. So like playing good and getting to heads up, it really doesn't matter. Like having the chip lead is what matters.
It's definitely it's definitely interesting to get in a position like this and be able to come up with new strategies to implement that you normally wouldn't be able to or feel comfortable doing in an actual setting where you're playing for money.
Yeah, I tell you what, like let's see, Joe just goes nuts here and does this thing. He's just kind of ripping and roaring, piling all in, not caring about what happens, and then he finds himself winning the tournament after all's said and done. He's got all the chips. He's going to think to himself, "Wow, why don't I just do that more often? Like when I find myself in this position, and that doesn't mean do it when the table's 9-handed and you're in level 3. You can't do it there. But you find yourself in these short-handed situations. Really, the person who's playing most aggressively is the person who's likely to come out on top. That's just how it works. Like this game favors the taking risks. And so, I mean, yeah, you find yourself in a spot like this where you just because you're not playing for anything but a trophy, you're going for it. You can really stumble upon some profound lesson, and be like, okay, and that could really change the course of your tourney career as well. Start winning tournaments when you were just final tabling and blinding down a lot.
Though I do agree with Matt Zimmerman here on Facebook. You really, they should have shaved a couple G's to play for here, because it's
Yeah, they could have left us something to root for, when these three guys playing for nothing. Eh, it's a little makes it a little more less entertaining for us, but
maybe it sounds fun at the time to say, "Hey, let's play for the trophy."
for them it's great. Like they're still in the zone. They're still like excited and it's all fun because they're there. But for us,
They're getting
but
paid
for us, exactly.
$20,000.
They're still through the roof emotionally. As we see, Miss Mary does end up busting third here. King Jack loses to Queen Jack of Diamonds. Joe makes the flush. There you go, going for it. But we do know Miss Mary chopped it for 23,793. Mary Darnell picking up over 20K. Great job. $360 buy-in. Uh, coming in with chips. Really fought well the whole day. Got the chip lead, which really catapulted her to this good chop deal. She
We're back to that one hand when she got hit and spiked the 5 on the turn.
yeah, talk about the risk reward. She really went.
It was up against Joe, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, knocked him down. He's actually done a great job of coming back as well. He made that ridiculous call with pocket sevens. Okay, down to heads up. James is 17 big blinds now. I really think we're just going to see Joe just say all in a lot here. Again, they're playing for the trophy. They've already made a deal. James is actually he got 15,592.
This is where it would be nice if we were able to hear what they were saying.
Yeah, well, so check this out. They made the deal where Joe got 24,000 and James got 15,000. So James got the least amount, and after they played it out, he got second, or he's second now. Now, of course, we know the game would have been played out differently had they been playing for something, but that's how it can go. Like you can go from the most likely one to bust to having second most chips, like in these tournaments. So as far as playing it out over this Jack 3 raised to 500. Deuce 4 is going to make the call. But so you can see how playing it out, like you understand why some of these players are like, no, I'm never chopping because I know I can run from short stack to chip leader. Of course, it can happen the opposite way as well, but you like to think your skill edge leaves some kind of chance of that happening a little lower than you running it up. Joe puts the pressure on, opens the $500,000 pre-flop. C bets the flop, takes it down.
Oh, we got Dickie Malone here asking if this is Mary's biggest win. I don't know if it is, but it'd be pretty cool to say like, "Hey, we saw her biggest win ever."
I think it is. I looked on their Hindenburg. Yeah, it says her best live cash before tonight was 15,000. So yep,
Okay.
she's just got her biggest cash. Good for her. Or actually, her 15,000 was in Jacksonville as well. 2018. It was another 100K guarantee. She got third, so now she's got a second, a third, and a second in these 100Ks. That's her. That's her jam, I guess.
When you find your groove, you find
Yeah.
it.
James takes down a pot.
So we definitely want to thank everybody for sticking through a lot of technical difficulties, but a lot of really good poker as well. Tonight on this final table, our Best Bet Winter Open, event number 1, $360 no limit hold'em tournament, 100K guaranteed prize pool. We had 575 players, $172,500 in the prize pool.
And then there were two.
Looks like we got about 5 more hands in us. Sorry to spoil it for everybody.
I don't think there's fun. I think everyone's just like sighed of relief. Like, okay, okay, 5 more. All right. I know I got a tournament at 11 a.m. I got to get up for.
Oh my goodness. Well, we appreciate you joining us tonight and going through the whole thing. You're a rock star, Eddie.
Oh yeah, hey man, I want you guys to hit me up anytime you need me. I thoroughly enjoy it. Like I'm saying, I was gonna be listening to your voice if I wasn't doing it myself. You know what I mean. So why not join in, be a part of it?
And it was fun to have Jesse join us, and I hope he's enjoying his sleep.
Oh my, that's hilarious! I can't wait to just rag him on that. Couldn't help but just bust out laughing. I mean, that's great. I'm just envisioning him at his desk right now, probably at the couch with his laptop in his lap, head just falling back, headphones still on.
He didn't put that mute button on.
Oh, headphones still on. Forgot to hit the mute. We'll wake up at like 3 a.m. and wonder what the heck just happened. Go back and check the tape, Jesse.
Oh, a little mystery hand here. Maybe we can play along.
So Joe just flatted the button, so it ain't gonna be any good hands, that's for sure. It's definitely gonna be some kind of weak hand. 6, 6, 7, 7. Any stab's gonna win it. And there's the stab.
There's the stab.
Yeah.
So what tournament are you playing in tomorrow?
Tomorrow is I think it is a $300 buy-in, 150K guarantee. 2 flights tomorrow, and then day 2's tomorrow or the next day.
All right.
Yeah, they got they're getting a ton of people up here. It's really crazy. They had 4,000 people in this tournament the other day.
That's insane.
Yeah, 4,400 people. It's just nuts. It's like a miniature main event up here. Actually, a buddy of mine ended up getting second in that thing for 290,000. Changed his life overnight.
Ooh. Well, we did talk about it earlier, but just a reminder to everybody still in watching us. Tomorrow we have one tournament, event number 4, $150 no limit hold'em deep stack. Starts at noon, 12,000 starting chips, 30-minute levels. And again, we're expecting a pretty good turnout for that one, being a holiday tomorrow. A lot of people have off work.
That's right. Should get a turnout. Yeah, should definitely get a good turnout.
So for all of the entire schedule of our winter series, visit our website bestbetjacks.com, JAX. You can see the schedule and the structure for all those, culminating in the main event this weekend. We got 2 flights, Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m., $1,100 buy-in, $200K guarantee, and Jesse's hoping for at least 400 people in that event.
That's right. Jesse expecting a monster turnout. I don't blame him. And here we go. This is the big flip to end all flips. Joe with the sixes. James going to need an ace or a jack. 3, 7, 3. King on the turn.
And that looks like it's
Yeah,
it.
8 on the river. That's going to leave Joe, our winner here. Joe actually chopped for 24,293, which was the lion's share. And he plays it out for the trophy and takes home the trophy. James Blick, great job. Actually comes in to this final table the shortest stack, 315,000, 10 big blinds. Actually goes all in the very first hand. Gets all in a couple hands later, doubles it up, shoots it up to over 2 million, finds himself heads up here for the trophy. Finishes in second, but like we said, chopped it earlier for over 15,000. Well done, guys. $360 tournament. Nice payday for everyone. I appreciate everyone sticking with us through the technical difficulties all night. Until next time, I'm Eddie Marskoski. Keep repping the nuts.
Have a good night, everybody.